We got it 3 times. Okay, word today. Then exams.
Okay. Well, 15 is right.
And then they would leave and get what they brought charges out of all the usually down in mountain, going back up. Yeah, I know, moving person, yeah, one of the days, but my friend, my sister knows, I was playing sand. Good morning, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, Andre Randy, the Marcus Party.
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm great.
That's right. Oh, bless you. Yeah. Just trying to figure out things.
Good. How, where you from? Oh, so, where you at, Virginia?
Yeah, someone's moving here, trying to figure out what we got.
Oh. What's Radford?
What is it?
Radford?
Oh, no, thank you, Miss Martin, thank you.
Want some?
No, thank you.
Sure.
No, but somebody just let me try, ginger lemonade, the organic ginger lemonade, so good,
That's ginger lemonade.
yes. It's really good, I'm gonna go buy some later.
Is it sugar free?
I don't know, it just said it was organic, that helped.
Yeah.
But you're right, I do need to look into the sugar sometimes.
Yeah. I drink sugar free. You know, my age.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I am on Rigmaiden, and I just spoke with defense counsel. He's in another Zoom. He said he could be here around 9, but I have an in-person hearing at 9. So if I sign off, I'll be on as soon as I can, if he's not here before 9.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jessica, are you my Shelley Drain today?
Yes, Judge King, good morning.
Morning. How are you?
I'm doing swell, especially when I'm in your courtroom. How are you?
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm doing well, thanks. It's Friday, sun is shining.
Yeah, the sun is really making a difference today.
Good morning. How you doing, Deborah?
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Gagnon, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Who do you
I'm
hear
with
on?
Clarence Crowder. Has he introduced himself?
No.
I'll hang on for a second. He made tether, but I don't have good communication. So whenever you're ready for me, I'm ready as well.
Okay, great.
Calling case number 240-57629, the people of the state of Michigan versus Clarence Crowder. Defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Today is date and time for a probable cause conference. Offense for the record.
Good morning, Jessica Davis for the people, P86743, standing in for the AP of record, Shelley Drain.
Brian Gagnick, sir, Neighborhood Defender Service, P64220. May I waive my client's presence for this hearing and ask for a preliminary examination date?
For the way the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is How's June 21st at 9:45?
Sir, I'm going to be out of town at the end of this week. Is Monday available? I very well could have another preliminary examination date the same day.
That doesn't give people very much time to contact witnesses.
Not this Monday coming up, the following Monday, excuse me. I'm talking like 10 days from now, as in June 24th, excuse me.
Your client in or out?
He is out, he is on tether.
June 24th at 9 o'clock.
I accept. Thank you so much.
We continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, that's the only PCC for me today, correct?
Let's see. Yes.
I will see you at 10 o'clock sharp.
Okay.
Bye, thank you.
Yeah, 5518.
Thank you.
You did this attorney Saunders.
No.
Yeah, I get it. It was close enough.
I tried. officer is the detective.
Judge King. Shaif. Close enough. I got you. Close enough. All right. Cool. Appreciate it. Your 10 o'clock and your 11:30. Those are going to a custody. You check to see, do you have an interpreter for the 10 o'clock?
We do have somebody listed to come in.
Okay. Check on that. That's it. Thank you.
Judge, I called both attorneys, they didn't answer. The other two cases.
Prosecutor said she spoke to the witness. He said,
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Morning. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. Mr. Galen.
Good morning, Judge King.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you? You're here on Richard, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. It's set for a probable cause conference. I did meet with the assistant prosecuting attorney on the matter, Mr. Anderson, yesterday. What we'd like to do is waive the 21 days on the preliminary examination.
Let me call the case, sir. Let me call the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson just stepped out. I was watching his case for him. I just texted him, but he's in another courtroom.
Oh, okay.
If we're just going to set this out for another PCC date, if the court's going to allow that, I can stand in.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I'll wait on Mr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And he just texted me. He's coming right now, so he'll be here momentarily.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, okay. I have you all this time. All right, man.
Mr. Anderson,
Good morning, Judge.
good morning. You ready on Richard?
I am. Yeah, thank you for your patience, Judge.
Okay.
Calling case number 240-57617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Devin Richard. Defendant is being charged with count 1, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Count 2, moving violation, causing death. Today is the date and time for a probable cause conference. Nurse, for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jaron Anderson on behalf of the people, P85434.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court. For the record, I'm attorney James L. Galen Jr., P43406, retained counsel on behalf of Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard, identify yourself loudly.
All right, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, if I may, first of all, me and my client both consent to this hearing being held virtually through Zoom technology. Also, Mr. Anderson and I had an extensive conversation as regards to this matter. I thank him for reaching out to me. What we'd like to do is adjourn the probable cause conference approximately 3 weeks and waive the.
No, sir. That's not going to happen. Absolutely not. I don't do that.
Can we push out the exam out then for about 2 weeks, Your Honor?
Why?
There's thousands of pages of discovery materials here. I've got all kinds of Zoom body camera, not Zoom, I'm sorry, Axon body camera material. I mean, so much so they couldn't even fit it on one download. It took 2 downloads. And I want to make sure that I'm real careful on this. My client's never had a felony. I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything. I've got the file here, at least if you can see it, Judge. I have been working on it. I've got some of the print discovery, but there's a whole bunch. I mean, literally hours and hours and hours of Axon camera video that I need to get my hands on. I need to get my hands on the 911 calls. I need to get my hands on the not the autopsy, but the coroner's report. I also need to get my hands on any witness statements that there might be out there we didn't get. I just want to be real careful here. If there are some possible sentencing guidelines for prison, even though this is his first offense. And my client had no alcohol or drugs in his system. I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay. The best I can do for you for exam is June 25th.
Your Honor, if I may, I apologize. This is the first vacation I've taken, I think, at my tenure here, but I'm actually going to be out on vacation that entire week. If the court can't accommodate a different date, I can attempt to see if I can get somebody maybe to cover the exam date from my office.
All right, you may have to do that. Sorry.
If I may, Your Honor, also, I've got 2 that day, one in Clinton Township and one in Sterling Heights. If we could do it maybe Monday, June 24th, or possibly right after the 4th of July break would be better, apparently for the prosecutor and for me. Today's already the 14th, Your Honor. At least be 9 days.
June 27th?
You said June 27th. I'm looking right now, Judge. That would be fine. I've got a 1:30 in Oakland County Circuit Court, but nothing other than that in the morning.
Okay, we can do June 27th at 11:30. How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Anderson?
Your Honor, I would anticipate at most 3 witnesses. And I know the court is already aware of this. I just want to place on the record, I will be out on that date, but I'll work with my supervisors to get coverage for it, Your Honor.
All right, June 27th at 11:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, just one thing. Can you instruct the prosecution to make sure that I get all discovery material out there? So I need these things to be prepared. There's the 911 tapes, the coroner's examination and report, and any other witness statements that might be out there.
You guys get together on your discovery. If there's an issue, let me know.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I'll work with defense and make sure that we both have everything. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
There's an issue, let me know well before the exam, Mr. Gaylor.
Okay. Yes, Judge King.
All right. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Palomo,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lakin told you 9 o'clock?
So I'm starting my video. He said 9 o'clock, and then I told him I had to step out at 9. He said, okay, well, I'll be there as soon as I can. I said, well, what realistically, what time? So then he mentioned 9:45.
Okay.
Okay. Hey. Hey. Marty. What's yeah, the town call. Oh, it's good. But you're not going, but you're facing it. Yeah. get your voicemails and get messages. Right, I'm in. So. So, yeah, what's going on? What is that? What is that? Oh, colonoscopy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, yeah. So, doctors will put, it's not the procedure, it's getting ready for the procedure. Oh, if you really. No, kid, it's your, it's your serious. Well, I'll give you a call. I'm gonna call you later. One 701. Yeah. Oh, what's scheduled? Why are you guys calling? Just so you do it. No. Yeah, just put the bill in the mailbox. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Whenever, yeah, whenever you do it, cut the, get the grass and the thing, roll. Yeah, well, that's on the. All right, good. All right, thanks so much. All right. This is.
Yes, sir.
Deputy, we're just waiting on her attorney. He said he'll be here about 9:45.
No problem, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Hey, Dennis.
Morning, what's going on?
How you doing, man? You all right?
We want to see, some action going on.
Just a little bit. I have about 5 exams we're working on. Mr. Latham for PCC. He's representing that. So let's talk about, let's talk about somebody. Yeah. Let me see that.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. She just needed to go to the restroom. She'll be right back.
Okay.
I think we are.
So. Yeah.
I need your name.
No. Yeah. I gotta go. I'm waiting for the other.
Okay.
Okay.
And you can keep this, I'll bring your paperwork back to you.
Read on that. Okay. Hey, what's up?
You all right?
I'm good. How are you? I didn't pick the towel.
Thanks.
Back, Rabbies.
Paper towel.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I like that tie. I like the tie. It's nice.
Judge, this is from the interpreter. I think you sign off on that. If I'm not mistaken. That's for 10 o'clock. He's outside waiting.
What's your first name?
Yeah.
Thank you, got it.
Morning, Jeff.
Ms. Mack, how
How are you? Fine, fantastic. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
How's the court today?
Huh?
How's the courtroom doing today? Everybody's all right? It's a Friday?
Kind of slow motion.
It's good weather. Trying to get to the kids to the pool today.
What's the hot outside?
Yeah,
Already?
yeah,
I think this is how it's next week.
yeah. Next week will be worse.
Yeah.
We have two translator exams, kind of. I hate those exams.
You checked in already.
Who's that?
On your translator?
Okay, all right, yeah, I saw them all. Yeah. Yeah, see what we have back with them. Yep.
Yeah, it's from here.
Second or third.
Second, third, what?
Third. Yeah.
We have two interpreters.
Yes.
I need the name of the other one.
So you just step on to the front.
Your card.
Yes.
No prosecutor, you're.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
The defense attorney, his name is Mark Lakin. He stated that he was in the waiting room. I don't know if it just disconnected when he took my call, but he said he's been in the waiting room.
He's been in a waiting room on an iPhone.
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
I guess I'm supposed to know who he is.
Guess so.
He was only there for 2 minutes ago. So he hasn't been there waiting all morning like we.
No, not all. He didn't say all morning.
He's not there now.
I think he's going to try to, I think he took my call and he got disconnected. He said he's going to sign back on right now.
Can't believe everything. Start the show. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence.
Mr. Lakin, sorry about that. Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry.
Calling case 2457626, people of the state of Michigan versus Cinnamon Charmaine Rigmaiden. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony murder, count 2 assault with intent to murder, count 3 assault with intent to murder, count 4 first degree arson, count 5 first degree arson, count 6 first degree arson, count 7 third degree arson. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bonoma on behalf of the people, P841189.
Good morning, Mark Lakin, P41147 on behalf of defendant.
You're not driving, are you, Mr. Lakin?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay. Ma'am, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
Cinnamon Rigmaiden.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Lakin?
Your Honor, I still haven't been, I've been waiting for discovery. I haven't seen it yet. So I'm going to waive, I want as much time to go over it as I can get. So if we have to waive any time requirements, we probably would need at least 2 to 3 weeks.
And Your Honor, if I may, I sent a protection order yesterday morning. I just need to receive that back signed and then I can send you discovery. I emailed that to you.
I didn't see it, but okay, we'll definitely get that executed. Maybe you could resend.
Okay, how is June 27th at 1:30?
That
a
works
little
for the
too soon.
people.
Little too soon.
No, it's not. It's 2 weeks away, sir.
Hold on. Your Honor, I'll take that date.
All right, June 27th at 1:30, bond will be considered.
Thank you.
What? Oh, okay.
What about my attorney?
Attorney, the prosecutor is asking for 2 or 3 minutes, sir, to talk to the victim. For the transfer. Excuse me, Judge King.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for you today.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
You too. Happy Father's Day to everybody.
Thank you, same to you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning.
Hi, Your
How you doing today?
Doing well, sir. Yes. David, R.A., Boy, K-O-W-S-E-N. William. That's counted. You know what, I think she's got it, she's working with her today, so.
Officer, can you get the prosecutor number? We'll do so.
Ma'am, 2 minutes. I apologize. But let's speak to defense counsel. Ready to go.
Ready?
The next year attorney.
Calling case 2457491, Court State of Michigan versus Yusuf Naji Shayab Zindan. Defendant is charged in count 1, harmful devices, unlawful possession or use. Count 2, arson, preparation to burn property, $20,000 or more. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, domestic violence. Count 5, domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica David for the people, P86743.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this most honorable court. My name is Amir Makhlid, representing Mr. Yusuf Shayab Zindani, who is present standing to my left. My P number is 76306, and we also have a translator also present.
Your name for the record, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Joseph Hervish, qualified court interpreter in the Arabic language here to assist the defendant.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Arabic and Arabic to English to the best of your ability?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You have his name and
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I was read Arabic language interpreter for the victim in this case.
All right, and you'll be interpreting for the complaining witness, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Arabic, Arabic to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. All right. Designated time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
At this time, one.
Okay. Any preliminary matters before you call your witness?
I'd ask the court to sequester any witnesses, but not seeing any for the prosecution that would be in the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the courtroom, if you are a witness or potential witness on either side, I'm asking you to step into the hallway and to further notice. Also, people out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Stand up, call your witness.
One moment, Your Honor, the defense attorney just asked me. Question. Yeah.
You're here? Yes, sir. Okay. Officer Draven.
Your Honor, the people call Afro Mahmoud al-Shayat to the courtroom.
I need you to interpret for me. Sorry. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I saw. I apologize.
Thank you, man. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Sir, I'm gonna have you speak into the mic since it's you we're gonna listen to, okay? Maybe again when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May you please state your name for the record?
I'm from Durham and Shay.
Ms. Afro, where were you on May 29, 2024?
May what?
29, 2024.
That's when you charge shot of hands and touch. At home.
And where is your home located?
Pretty much with three. Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. And what is the address of your home?
It was 900 base.
6815. And is that in the county of Wayne?
Method Street. Yeah. 6815 Method Street. Method Street.
And is that in the county of Wayne?
Definitely on that way.
Yes.
Yes.
And what is at that address?
Lman, our house.
And when you say our house, who else lives there?
Me, Lashman.
Okay.
My husband and my children.
And who's your husband?
اسمه
Yusuf Maisha.
يوسف ناجي شايف زندان.
Shadi.
شايف ناجي زندان.
And do you see him in the courtroom today? Yusuf?
هل هو موجود معانا النهارده في المحكمة؟ Yes,
Can you point to him and identify him with the article of clothing?
yes, he's right here.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So noted.
And what was your relationship to Yusuf at the time?
كان يعرف الزوج في الوقت ده.
Zoe.
He's my husband.
And what were you doing at the home on that day?
كنت بتعمل ايه في البيت؟
كنت بطبخ لهم.
was making food for my kids.
And did you and the defendant have any arguments on that day?
هل حصلت مشادة أو مناقشة بينك وبين زوجك في اليوم ده؟
حصلت زي ولدي البتاع الكبير كلمه وبعدين كلمني إن إحنا لازم نخرج من البيت ومش لازم نجلس في البيت ولا بيخافني من ولادي.
Yes, there was a conversation
أنا
happening.
خرج من البيت.
Conversation between my husband and my second oldest son, and to be that the husband is my husband was telling that you have to leave the house, otherwise I'm gonna burn it down.
And did he take action on burning your house down?
هلا عمل حاجة تثبت إنه هو بيحاول يحرق البيت. Yes.
Can you describe what he did?
ممكن تقول لنا إيه اللي عمله؟
جاب البترول ورش علي وعلى الأرض.
He brought some gasoline, threw it on me and on the floor.
والنار كانوا ولا فوق الأرض.
The gas was on, I mean, the stove was on when I was making food for my kids.
And do you have a gas stove?
عندك الفرن الغاز بتاعك؟
Yeah.
الغاز?
Yeah.
Yes.
في أمامه مباشرة.
Yes, I was right in front of the stove.
And do you know where he got the gasoline from?
عندك فكرة جاب البترول ده منين؟
أنا ما عنديش فكرة منين جابه بس أنا عارف إنه جاب لي على الفوق.
I don't know. I know that all what I know is that he brought it upstairs. He brought the gasoline upstairs.
Yeah.
And can you describe what it smelled like?
ممكن تقول لك ريحته ايه؟
ريحته بترول.
Smells like gasoline.
And what was the gas? Was the gasoline in a container?
هل كان محطوط في دبة أو في صفيحة الغاز البترول؟
كان ممكن يدبر ويرشه على.
Yes, it was in a can when he was throwing it at me.
And can you describe what the can looked like?
ممكن تقول لنا الدبة كان شكلها ايه أو ايه؟
أنا شفته كلام أحد. بس أنا من الخوف أنا كنت خايفة يعني هربت ورحت أصيح لأولادي وهو جه وراي.
I know that it was in a red color. The can was red, but I was so scared, so I was running away, and I was trying to scream and call my kids.
And you stated you were scared.
With the hyphen.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what else was going through your mind as this was happening?
ايه تاني كنت تفكري فيه في اللحظة دي ايه اللي حصل؟
كيف هنقذ نفسي وأولادي يعني نحرق ولا أولادي خايفة جدا على أولادي.
I was thinking how am I going to save myself and my kids from getting burned? I was scared for myself and my kids.
And Ms. Oxford, do you know the estimated value of your home?
عندي فكرة عن تقريبا ثمن بيته كام؟
حوالي 200,000.
About $200,000.
And what happened next after he threw gasoline on you and you ran away?
ايه اللي حصل بعد كده بعد ما رش عليك وانت هربتي؟
أنا طلعت أكلم أولادي تعالوا نخرج من الشتول وهو جا ورايا وشاجر مع ولده الكبير وروي عورته وضرب.
Yes, I was running, calling my kids and tell them that we have to escape from the fire that's about to happen. And he was running after me, and then he was talking to my eldest son, and he showed him his private parts.
And how old is your eldest son?
17.
And what is his name?
اسمه ايه؟ Jamal,
And at any point did the defendant become physical with you or your son?
كان في أي وقت كان المدعى عليه أو المتهم مستعمل العنف معاكي أو مع ابنك؟
كيف هو بدأ يتغير من قبل 3 سنوات ويتعنت معانا وأنا كنت بصبر وأقول يعني علشان الأولاد علشان بعيش مع أولادي مع أبوهم بس ما خلينيش نعيش.
He started changing 3 years ago. He started being violent with me and the kids, and I kept quiet. I was trying to keep the family together for the sake of the kids to live with their father, but he wouldn't let us.
And on May 29th, at any point did he physically touch you?
يوم 29 في الشهر من وقع لي هل هو ذلك أول مسك أو مسك أي حاجة؟
هو جاء رعشني وأنا خفت وهربت وبعدين وأنا في الكبير قالوا يعني يا بابا تحرقنا احنا وامي هذا حرام عليك انت مجنون وبعدين نتشاجر معه.
Yeah, he shook me and I was trying to run away. He threw the gas leak and my older son came and told him, Dad, are you trying to burn my mom and us? This is crazy. Are you crazy?
And what was the defendant's reaction to that?
كان ايه رد فعله؟
هو خلع ملابسه وروي ولده يعني عاوزته وراح يضرب.
He took off his clothes, he showed his son his private parts and he was trying to hit him.
Did you see him hit him?
And شفتيه وهو بيضربه؟ Yes, I did.
Where did you hit him?
ضربه فين؟
أنا شفته بس في آخر لما كان أنا خايفة دخلت الغرفة وبعدين شفته وجيته يضربه قلت حرام عليه كان يضربه على يداته وماسك بشعره ويضربه.
Yeah, I saw it at the end because I ran away trying to hide in the room, but I came back and I saw him hitting my son. I told him that shame on you. He was hitting him on the hand and he was pulling his hair. And he was on top of it.
What was he using to hit him with?
كان بيستعمل أي حاجة يضرب بيها.
أنا دخلت بسرعة الغرفة ولا خرجت بسرعة أخذت الوقت من ولده وقلت له ما كان يقصده على نفسه ما مش عارفة.
I don't know. I was scared. I came quickly from the room to tell him to stop hitting his son. I went back right away. I was scared.
If you saw him hitting him, what was he hitting him with?
لما شفتيه هو بيضرب كان بيضربه بإيه؟
كان يشعل شعره وعرضه بس اللي كنت أشوفه إنه اللي ضربه بيده.
He was using his hands. He pulled him from his hair and his arm.
Okay.
And when you stated that he was on top of the defendant was on top of your son. Was he clothed during that incident?
No.
Was the defendant clothed during that incident? I apologize.
لو قلت إن شفتي الأب كان فوق الابن هل كان لابس هدوم في الوقت ده ولا كان قلعان؟
الصراحة ما ركزتش لأني خايف.
I don't remember exactly. I was scared.
Do you know who called 911?
مين اللي اتصل عندك فاكرة مين اللي اتصل بالشرطة؟ No.
No further questions, you just wrote this down.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. I have some questions for you. When police arrived, Mr. Yusuf was not at the home. Is that correct?
لما الشرطة جت على البيت يعني السيد يوسف ما كانش موجود في البيت صحيح؟
راح يجيب ولده من
Yeah, he went to pick up his son from the therapy.
And that's also your son?
ده اللي كان رايح يجيبه صحيح؟
Yeah, بس اتوعد إنه يفتح للأخ أيهما الكبير. يقول إن يفتح البيت أنا بقتله.
Yeah. He was threatening that he's gonna kill our oldest son. He said if he comes home, if he enters the house, he's gonna kill him.
I don't think that's responsive to my question. Is that also your son?
ده ابن كمان؟
فيني أبدأ الصغير هو راح جابه بس قبل ما يروح أبوه واحد ابني الكبير إنه يرجع وهو داخل البيت.
My son, the youngest one, the husband was going to pick up my youngest son, but before he left, he threatened his oldest son that if he comes home and find him there, he's gonna kill him.
That still wasn't the question. The question was that.
She answered, but she's adding additional. I asked the court to strike that response. It's not responsive to my question.
So,
all right. Now you described that for 3 years, something 3 years ago, that use have changed. Is that correct?
اتغير وتعنف معانا وضربني على وجهي وخرج قبل التدريب ورحنا الدكتور واتبع ولد بالسكين مرة وضربه عدة مرات يعني بدي يضربنا وتعنف علينا داخل البيت حتى الولد الصغير اللي في أتزن حتى هو تعنف عليه ما مش عارف ليش شوي.
Yes, that's true. He started getting violent with us. He hit me on the face, he hit me on my ear. I had to go to the doctor. There was some damage to my ear. Also, he was threatened to his son with a knife. Even the youngest one who has autism, he was also violent with him. I don't know what happened.
Okay. You don't have any police reports or made any police reports in regards to these prior incidences, is that correct?
عملت أي تقرير شرطة قبل كده قبل الواقعة دي؟
ما عملناش لأن إحنا كنت أقول زوجي وأولادي يعني علشان أحضن أولادي مع أبوي.
No, I didn't. I was trying to keep the family together. I said, "This is my husband. He's the father of my kids. I want to keep them together."
Okay, and so you went to your family to try to resolve the marital problems that you had with your husband. Is that true?
أنت لجأت لعيلتك عشان يحلوا لك المشكلة اللي حصلت بينك وبين زوجك. هل ده صحيح؟
How is that relevant?
Your Honor, it gets into relevance because there's a theory that the defense has that Ms. Al-Shayev is making up these allegations in an effort to coerce her husband to divorce her and leave the marital home. I'll get to a point when we get to that.
I need you to get to it.
Okay, all right. You went to your family, correct?
أنت لجأت لعيلتك صحيح؟
ما لجأتش لحد أنا لجأت لرب العالمين.
I didn't go to anybody except for God.
Oh, very good. Okay. So you're testifying under oath today, correct?
حضرتك النهارده بتقولي الشهادة بتاعتك تحت القسم القانوني.
إياه وبعدين رجعت أخويا هذا رجعت كلمته من زوجي اللي يتعنف معانا وكنا لازم نخليه. أول شيء أنا لجأت لرب العالمين وبعدين لجأت.
First, I was asking God for help, and then I asked my brother for help. I told him that my husband is getting violent with us, and he wants us to leave the house.
Okay, so you did go to your family, right? Your brother was in the courtroom, right?
معنى كده إن أنت يعني رحتي عند أخوك اللي موجود.
ما رحتوش لمكان.
Because what is their marital status have anything to do about the crime that was committed? Right, Your Honor, but he's had time to go through it and ask, but what difference does it make of who she went to first about her marital issues?
Yes, the motive comes from the family that she's been dealing with. Brother, who I asked to sequester witnesses, but I don't know why the brother's sitting in here. But with that being said, Judge,
See the witness to what?
to any involvement in this case, I don't know if he has an involvement or not, but my understanding is that. Your Honor, I don't know.
So the allegations here are that the defendant are harmful or unlawful possession of use.
Serious device. Right, and so my thing is.
Arson or preparation to burn property, assault with a dangerous weapon, and domestic violence.
All of that is what the allegations on the complaint are, Judge. My theory is when the police arrive to the scene, he's not there. He does ultimately arrive at the scene, and if the officers are here to testify, can cross or call them as witnesses to say what his version of this case was. But there is police body camera. He categorically denies this. The motive becomes whether or not this was made up.
What's interesting is whether or not her brother is a witness. And so far as it goes to the charges, it doesn't sound like he's a witness.
Unless her brother was planning and the conspiracy with her sister to create this fiction. And so if that's the situation, I have the right to question him at some point. She said initially that she didn't speak to anybody in her family. Then she changed her story and said, yeah, my brother was sitting in the courtroom. She spoke to him. My theory is this is a fiction, that she created this, this whole scenario in an effort to coerce her husband to get divorced. And so there's going to be evidence that I can present that talks about her demands for the marital home, for demands for gold and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars in terms of gold for a divorce. They've had prior instances where she's hired an attorney and made these demands. They've had prior family meetings with her siblings and her and his immediate family in regards to the dissolution of this marriage.
I don't know a lot about family law, but I do know enough that you don't need for a person to have a criminal record or have criminal charges pending to get a divorce.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, Judge.
There's no fault here, so it doesn't matter.
I understand that
There's
totally.
criminal charges pending, so what would be the motivation in doing that? Because what advantage does that give to her?
Judge, for whatever reason in her mind, it's not what the law says, it's her state of mind as to why she would create this fiction. And so if she thought, for instance, that she needed to prove fault, or she needed to show that he was a bad person, or somebody that was malicious or abusive to her, then it's her state of mind to talk about motive to create a fiction, to lie. The law, she might not be, she's not a seasoned professional in the law, she doesn't understand, maybe she doesn't know, but she could certainly make it up. And so that's why I'm cross-examining on these issues.
First off, again, you don't need a criminal history to file for divorce. Second of all, Your Honor, all of these things that defense counsel is listing as far as evidence that he had was never provided to the people. Third off, Your Honor, the person that's in the courtroom today was not at the home during the scene of the incident. I asked him prior to coming into the courtroom, were you at the incident? He was not. So therefore, he is not a witness to what transpired on this day and the charges that were here. So to make these allegations is just beyond.
I don't understand why it's beyond. This is a theory of the defense. A witness can come in and lie. And if a witness is going to fabricate a story, we can corroborate that fabrication through other means or methods. If she conspired with her family to try to create this fiction, or her son to create this fiction, then at this point, Your Honor, we can question as to that. And if she wants to lay out these lines, that's fine. I can impeach her through other witnesses. If she says she didn't talk to her family, that's your answer. I can bring.
She said that she spoke to her brother about how aggressive her client was getting that type of thing. It sounds terribly relevant here. I'm gonna ask you.
Very good, okay. Your Honor, in terms of that afternoon, it's clear that Yusuf wasn't home when the police arrived. Is that correct?
بخصوص يوم الواقعة اللي حصلت دي كان واضح انت يوسف ما كانش موجود في البيت لما الشرطة جت صحيح؟
لا هو راح يجيب ولد صحيح بس انه واحد انه ولا اولاد يدخل البيت انه بس.
Yes, that's true. He went to get his son, but he was threatening his other case. If he comes home and find a home, he's gonna kill him.
Okay, all right, you said that part. That wasn't my question, and I moved to strike on that point, Judge.
That's the strike because it didn't answer the question that you
Answer
was.
the question.
All right. With that being said, you didn't see where the gas can came from, is that correct?
حضرتك شفتي الجبهة بتاعت البترول جت من فين؟
هو جاي من البيت وهي بيده وكره علي البيت بس انا ما عرفت انه هو يرش علي وقد هددني قال لي انا برش البترول بحرك عشان تولدش اليوم بحرك عشان تولدش وهي شفت اللي يرش على البترول فقلنا رش علي وراح على.
Yes, he was coming out of the basement with the can in his hands, and he came and threw the gasoline on me, and he told me that he's gonna burn me and my kids, and he started throwing the gasoline everywhere.
Okay. When police arrived, you took the police into your home, you allowed them into your home, is that true?
لما الشرطة جت حضرتك دخلتي خليتيهم دخلوا على البيت صحيح؟ That's correct.
And you spoke to an officer who spoke to you in the Arabic language, is that correct?
كان في واحد من الشرطي كان بيتكلم في العربي اتكلمت معاه صحيح؟ Yes, he just told me a couple of words. He said he doesn't speak very good Arabic.
Okay, but you were speaking to an Arabic, that's fine. So,
he said he doesn't.
All right. When you were describing the scene to the officers, you showed the officers your hallway leading into your kitchen, is that correct?
لما كنت بتفرج الشرطة بتفرجيهم البيت بتفرجيهم الممر أو الصالة اللي كانت رايحة على المطبخ صحيح؟
دخلوا هم من نفسهم ما قلتوش يعني دخلوا شافوا كل شيء من نفسهم قالوا لي
Yeah, they came on their own. I didn't show them anything. They told us to stay outside on the street. They went inside.
Okay, so you weren't inside the house describing the scene to the police officers?
معنى كده انت ما كنتش جوه البيت بتشرحي لهم ايه اللي حصل.
ما كنتش.
No, I wasn't inside the house.
But with that being said, you indicated to officers that gasoline was poured onto the floor. Is that correct?
قلت للشرطة ان في بترول مرشوش على الارض صحيح؟
أول ما جاءوا دخلوا هم وأنا ما أعرفش إنجليزي أتكلموا مع ولدي قالوا لنا لازم أنتم تجلسوا بالشارع علشان مش يعني يكون يكون غلط بتحرقوا في الشارع هذا مش صح إن أنتم تجلسوا إحنا جلسنا بالشارع وهم دخلوا شافوا كل شيء.
Yes, when they came, the cops came. I don't speak English, but they started talking to my son, and then they told us that it's not safe to be inside the house. We have to stay outside on the street.
All right.
So we sat outside.
Okay, so, and then you indicated that gasoline was poured on the floor. Is that correct?
Once you can see the door,
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I saw it. Yes.
All right, I'm asking what you told the police.
قلت له رشيلي علي البترول وعلى الأرض.
I told them that he threw the gasoline on me and on the floor.
Okay, all right. Did you show the police your clothing with the gasoline poured on you?
هل فرجتي الشرطة الهدوم بتاعتك اللي عليها البترول؟
يا قالوا لي هم لما وصلوا قالوا طلعيها وشلوها.
Yes, they told me to take it off and they took it.
They took your clothing?
أخذوا الهدوم معاهم. Yes.
Okay. You have to vote on it. It is there. Okay. All right. So when the gasoline, you indicated to the officers that it was sprayed, that he sprayed it across the kitchen and some landed on the back of your abaya, a dress. Is that true?
قلت للشرطة إن هو كان بيرش البترول على الأرض وفي بعض البترول جه على العباية بتاعتي صحيح؟
مش العباية يعني كنت لابسة بنطلون وشيرت ورد.
No, not the abaya. I was wearing pants and a shirt, and a pink shirt.
Okay, and the gasoline poured on which part of your clothing?
البترول جه على هدوم أنه جزء.
جاي على هذه أنا حسيته كي على وأنا خفتها.
I felt it on my back and I was scared. I was running away.
Okay. Did you ever inspect your clothing to see where the liquid landed, whether it was on your pants near the floor or was it on your shirt in the back?
I would object she just answered that was on her back.
I asked if she inspected it, Judge. She said she felt something on her back.
هل حضرتك فحصتي اللبس بتاعك شفتي كان فين؟
لا ما شفتش ولا حاجة لأن أنا خايفة أنا يصير أبحث على نفسي كيف أنا على طول لبست العباية وخرجت خايفة على روحي.
No, I didn't. Because I was so scared, and I just put on my abaya and stepped outside. I was so scared.
I understand. At some point, you told us that you gave the clothes to the police. Is that true?
Yes.
And at that point, you were not scared anymore. Is that correct?
في الوقت ده ما كنتش خايفة صحيح؟
أنا أنا خايفة.
Of course, I was scared.
Well, the police were at your house, correct?
الشرطة كانت في البيت عندي صح؟
جات الشرطة جات الشرطة للبيت وشافت كل شيء بيحصل.
Yes,
Okay.
over there, they saw everything.
And your husband was not at that time in the home, is that true?
في الوقت ده ما كان زوجي ما كانش موجود في البيت صحيح؟
لا زوجي جا هو الشرطة سوا.
No, they came together. My husband came while the police arrived.
I understand, and the police ultimately put your husband in handcuffs, is that correct?
والشرطة قبضت على زوجي. Yes.
Okay, and so at that point, you're safe from your husband, is that true?
في الوقت ده حسيت بالأمان صحيح؟
أنا خايفة على أولادي وعلى روحي. طبعا أحس إن واحد يهددك بالقتل ويرش عليك البترول. هذا ما تخافش منه ليش؟
Yes, I was scared for myself, for my kids. If somebody threatened to kill me, how wouldn't I be scared?
Did you feel that at that moment, while your husband was in handcuffs and in the presence of police officers, that he was still able to physically harm you?
Your Honor, I would object to see asked an answer. He just asked the question before.
Totally different question.
لما شفت زوجك البوليس قبض عليه ومسكوه ما حسيتيش بالامان ان انت مش هيقدر هو يأذيكي؟
أنا حسيت بالأمان عندما يكون أولادي بأمان وأنا بأمان. أنا ما كنتش عارفة إنه 19 سنة إنه زوجي يوم شيء يرشني بالبترول ويهدد أولاده ويهدد بالقتل.
I feel safe when I felt safe and my kids. I feel my kids are safe. I didn't expect after 19 years that my husband will threaten to kill me and kill my kids and go casually.
Did you know that your husband was attempting to cut the grass that afternoon?
عندك فكرة إن زوجك كان عنده نية أو كان بيحاول إن هو يقص الحشيش اليوم ده؟
لا لأن ولدي من قبلها بيوم قص الحشيش.
No, because my son he cut the grass the day before.
Okay. Did you see the lawnmower in the yard?
هل أنت شفتي المكنة قص الحشيش برا؟
لا بنفس اليوم لا ما فيش مكنة قص حشيش.
Not on the same day, no.
Very well. Did you ever have an occasion to speak to a doctor or a medical professional in terms of your injuries?
هل حضرتك مع دكتور أو مع أي حد متخصص في الطب بخصوص الإصابات اللي حصلت لك؟
تكلمت مع دكتور اسمه بس الدكتور فارس قلت له يعني خايفة ولدي خايفة وراجع وديت ولدي الكبير المستشفى لأنه عورته بطنه.
Yeah, I spoke to Dr. Ferris and I told her that I was scared, my kids were scared, also my oldest son. We took him to the hospital because he was hurt in his stomach.
Do you know the doctor's last name?
اسمه دكتور Ferris Abzabi. So,
Can you spell that for us?
say it so. I don't know.
Okay. At some point during this, after you said your husband came up the basement stairs. When you come up the basement stairs, are you directly into the kitchen of your home?
حضرتك قلت لي زوجك كان جاي من البيت من بتاع البيت وطالع لفوق. لما بتطلعي من الباتروم او من البيت مباشرة في المطبخ.
لا تطلع في باب وهو فتح الباب حط الورق ورشي عليه. ورايح يشربنا واتكلم بعيونه وقال لي انا ما لهددش واكلمه لوجهه. قال انا ما لهددش انا اليوم مش هحرقش علشان تصدق ان انا ما نمزح وربي يشهد. وانت اذا انت تحاول تدافع على واحد ضد المظلوم ربي يقول قلب بعيون وانا كنت امن عليه زوجي 19 سنه ويجي يحرقني وانا اطبخ لاولاده وصابر عليه هاجر لي لمده سنه.
Yes, there was a door when he came out of the basement, and he went and opened the side door, threw the gasoline on me, and I saw him with my own eyes saying that I'm gonna burn you today. And I didn't expect my husband for 19 years trying to burn me And he ignored me for over a year. And if you're trying to protect a guilty person, God will punish.
Okay. All right. He hasn't been home for quite some time, is that correct?
صحيح اللي هو من ثاني يوم العيد عرفة الفطر ثاني يوم يوم العيد الفطر هو راح وفلتني اني واولادي جاوعين وجاب لنا مرة واحدة ثلاث لفات فاين واحد لفة فاين من حق اليد وحبة سمكة فيها قيده مقوقعة كربان وموز محسن وعندي الطفل آتز ما ياكل إلا بالموز وهو عارف والبيت وعنده دخل وربي جابه ليش يدخل على زوجته وأولاده ويفلتنا دخل البيت حرام أنا صبرت معه طول 19 سنة.
Let her continue. Oh, you gotta keep up. Okay, go ahead. Translate.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, he left us the second day of the Eid al-Fitr. He left us, and only one time he brought us some food. He brought some spoiled banana, spoiled fish. He knows that his son he has autism, and he likes banana. He only brought food only once to the house. God gave him money. He gave him wealth. And why he didn't want to spend on us, on his kids.
That's upsetting you. He's not spending on you.
I would object to the relevance to.
She's bringing it up.
No, again, I would object to the relevance to what is happening. We're here for arson charges, not for the marital dispute.
Your Honor, she's bringing up these issues that he's been gone for since the end of Ramadan, the holiday of Eid, that he's not supporting the family. That she's the one that's complaining. She called, or somebody from her household called the police. These are they're coming to motive, Judge. She can make these up. The theory of the defense is that this is a fictitious story. And she's clearly displayed anger. If the court's witnessed the emotional indication as she's testifying, she's clearly displayed a threat to counsel here. She's offended by me representing somebody who could be guilty of a crime.
I don't see how that's a threat, Your Honor.
She said God would punish me. That's what she said. But in any event, all right. So you're upset, correct?
And Your Honor, we just objected to this whole. Okay, we're going back into that same questioning. It's maybe no.
Yeah, let's move on. I got it.
All right. So at that point, your son came from upstairs. Is that true? And came downstairs to see what the commotion was about from what you're telling us. Is that true?
That's actually نزل من الطابق اللي فوق لتحت عشان يشوف ايه سبب
هو كان نازل وكان ماشي بصوت كان نازل ويقول لي شوف ان ابو الشين البترول وانا سيحت الولد والذي قال لي يا بابا ليش حرك امي وحرك انت مجنون وهو على طول صح عليه ورويها وراح يعمل.
Yes, he was coming downstairs and then he saw his dad when he was throwing the gasoline on me. And then he told him, Dad, are you crazy? What are you doing? He's trying to burn us and burn our mom. That's when he removed his clothes and showed him his private parts.
Okay, you said that part before. Where was he when this exposure occurred?
Where was objection? Where was who?
Where was the defendant when this exposure occurred?
Exposed himself?
Yeah, the display of the private parts. Where was he, the defendant?
Okay. الزوج كان موجود فين لما قلع هدومه ولا مورعه ولا موجود فين؟
كان موجود الناس قريب من الباب.
It was close to the door.
The front door of the home?
البيت الرئيسي. Yes.
Okay, and your son was upstairs?
وابنك كان فوق.
هو كان نازل بعدين هرب من ابوه وجاء وابوه شاف ابوه يعني انت مجنون يا تحركنا الاب على طول خرج ملابسه.
He was coming downstairs and then he saw his dad and what he's doing. He told him, Dad, are you crazy? So right away, the husband, the father took off his clothes.
So there was a distance between them when this exposure occurred?
كان في مسافة بينهم وبين بعض لما حصل الموقف ده. Small distance.
Okay, no problem. All right, so at that point, you indicated that you went upstairs. Is that true?
قلت إن دي طلعت فوق.
يا طلعت وقعد معي ولد فوق، طلعت حد من أبوه وطيح الولد ينزل من علشان لا نحرق نخرج من البيت.
Yes, because I have another son who was upstairs. I was trying to call him to come downstairs and leave the house because his father was attempting to burn down the house.
At no point did you see any lighter or matches in Yusuf's hand. Is that correct?
في أي وقت كان معاه في إيده كان أي معاه كبريت أو ولاعة أو أي شيء.
أنا ما ركزتش، أنا خايفة، أنا مش مركزة يعني.
I didn't pay attention. I was scared.
So the answer is no. You didn't see that.
معنى كده تقولي لا هل أنت ما شفتيش في إيده حاجة؟
أنا مش مركزة، أنا واقفة أمامي يقول الشيء بتقول أنت دخلت موقفي يعني تعمل إيه؟
I was in a consultation because I was cooking and there was a fire in front of me on the stove and then he's throwing gasoline on me. If you were in my place, what would you do?
Okay, that's fine. You made a statement to this officer who's sitting in the courtroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he interviewed you with a translator. Is that true?
هو كان سألني وكان في مترجم معاه صحيح؟ My son.
Okay, and he went over the interview that he wrote down with you. Is that correct?
هل هو رجع المحضر اللي كتبه رجعه معاكي؟ Who reviewed?
The officer who's sitting in the front row here.
الشرطي اللي موجود معانا في المكان. I don't remember. I was scared.
Oh, you were, even when interviewing with the officer, you were scared?
حتى لما كان الشرطي كان بيسألك كنت خايفة؟
يا هو شافني وأنا خايفة لا كنت لابسة.
Yes, he saw it. I was scared and I was crying.
Okay, did you sign a statement?
هل أنت مضيتي على الأقوال اللي أخذها؟ Yes.
Okay, and so when you signed this statement, this document here that may I approach your honor? You recognize this document?
أنا مش عارفة أصلاً أنا ما أعرف إنجليزي.
I don't know how to read English.
It's fine. I asked if you recognize this document.
لا ما بقدرش أعرف لأن ما أعرفش إنجليزي ولا أعرف العلم والكيف والمشي.
No, I can't tell. I can't read English. I can't tell what it is.
Is this your signature?
مش متأكدة.
I'm not quite sure.
لأنه زوجي بيمضي كل شيء عني، حتى عامل لي كريدت كارد إنه أنا اللي استخدمها وهو اللي يستخدمها. أنا مش متأكدة.
I'm not quite sure. My husband usually sign my name on everything, even on a credit card. He applied for a credit card with my name on.
Okay, that's fine. Do you remember signing a document with this officer right here?
Yes.
Do you believe that this could be that document that you signed with the officer?
I don't know. I can't read.
Very well. Okay. Did you tell officers that when a question was asked of you, did he physically assault you today? And your answer was no.
Objection, Your Honor, Fitz, you're saying he's reading off of the statement as well as speaking to an officer that is not.
No, he's impeaching the witness.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge. Did you tell an officer after being questioned, did he physically assault you today? And your answer was no.
هل لما شو سألك في اليوم ده لما سألك إذا كان زوجك اعتدى عليكي في اليوم ده وأنت قلتي لا أنا صحيح؟
نعم أنا قلت له إنه ما اعتدش عليا لأنه بص إني ضربني قلت له لا رعشني رعش.
Well, yeah, he asked me if he hit me. I told him no. He shook me.
Okay, you said no.
معنى كده إنك قلتي لا صحيح؟ Yes.
هو رعشني ما ضربنيش.
I said he shook me.
بس ضربني من قبل وفرع الشارع على وجهي كلمت لحضرة الضابط. لأنه فرع الشارع على وجهي ضربني عدة مرات مش مرة واحدة. وضربني لما خرجت قبل الدنيا وعندي الدليل عند الدكتور.
Yeah, but I told him also that he hit me a few times before. He threw a tea in my face, and he hit me on my ear. I went to the doctor because he ruptured my eardrum.
You told that to this officer? You said those words to this officer in the front row?
Yes.
Do you know that that interview is recorded?
Yes.
And it should say in the recording exactly what you're telling this court. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And if it doesn't say that, you're lying. Is that true?
Testify to.
Argument is sustained.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's no question on that.
No question before her, right?
That's what I'm saying. Condition of itself.
That's fine. I have no other, well, if I may confer with my client. In terms of the value of your home, you indicated that it's worth $200,000. Is that true?
Approximately.
How do you get that valuation?
لأنه قبل سنتين كنا حاطينه يعني على العرض ب 170 ألف وما رضيش يبيعه، ما كناش طرحنا الحوش ولا قطعنا شيء. وبعدين يعني تصلحنا في حاجات كيف ارتفع قبل سنتين ما رضيش يبيعه ب 170 ألف وعاد احنا ما عملناش فيها السور ولا قطعنا شيء.
Yes, because 2 years prior, we put it on the market for $170,000. He didn't want to sell it for that much, and at that time, after that, we did some improvement. We did fence, we cut the trees, and we did some improvement in the house. So obviously, it's worth more than that.
Have you spoken to anybody about this situation other than the prosecutor? Have you talked to, you said you spoke to a physician and you spoke to the prosecutor and the detective. Have you spoken to anybody from your family in regards to what happened in this situation?
How is that relevant to that?
Right, it's a question in terms of, again, the credibility and motive, right?
I'll sustain the objection.
Very well. I have no other questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
From the, yeah.
Any other witnesses for the people?
Not for the people, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Yeah, I did that later.
Your Honor, I don't have any other witnesses. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, the people move to bind over as charged. The complaining witness testified that she was frightened by the defendant pouring gasoline on herself and all over the kitchen floor. There was a gas stove that was on. He did make threats that he would burn her and the house down, as well as he did use a inflammable, combustible, or explosive material or liquid substance in the house. The house was valued at more than $20,000. The complaining witness testified that she believes it's around $200,000. They listed the house a few years ago for $170,000, that is way more than the $20,000 listed here. Further, Your Honor, the complaining witness testified that she did have the liquid on her back, her clothing. So therefore, the defendant did use the gasoline as a weapon on the complaining witness. And furthermore, we move to bind over on all charges.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, I think at this point, in this stage for probable cause, it's a question of fact. I don't think that there's any legal argument that I can make to determine whether or not her testimony is inherently credible at this stage. I think at this point, it becomes a question of fact.
I agree. The court, after hearing the testimony of the witness, is satisfied with the burden of probable cause as it relates to charges. The court finds those charges were contained in the city discharge. The court finds probable cause. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Division for proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time to be June 21st, 2024, 9:00 p.m.
Judge, did we have a bond review at the pre-trial conference? We requested a pre-trial services review.
I don't see one in my file.
I know that one was asked for and the court did order it.
Madam Clerk, do you know if there's one floating around here somewhere? We only had about a 7-day turnaround. I'm not sure if they got to it or not. PCC was on the 7th.
I mean, that might be true. If that's the case, I'd like to make an argument as to bond if I could.
Make an argument.
Okay, very good, Judge. Your Honor, in the court's purview of bond, the court generally will have a standard to determine whether or not this defendant will appear. Bonds are not entitled to be punitive in nature. In the facts of this case, the court will always look into the safety of.
Well, we do have one.
We do, great.
Let's print it out.
Okay, so shall I continue or wait? Okay. What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that we have to look at the safety of the complaining witness. We have to look at the safety of the citizens of the community. These are an allegation of gasoline being poured within his own home. Now, when there's marital disputes, angers, and emotions, if the facts assumed on this record are true, that this is a situation where a husband got inflamed in his emotions and put himself and his family in harm's way. If this is a true statement, Judge, this is just wrong, totally wrong to treat your family and others that way. And it's a threat to safety and others, including his own wife and children. But the defendant is presumed to be innocent. He's already pled not guilty. He says that he's not guilty of these crimes. When we get to bond, Your Honor, we have to look at what are the factors to determine whether or not this person would reappear in court, and whether there's a set of standards or conditions that this court can adopt to maintain everything that the court will speak as to what's necessary to bond. Mr. Zindani, Shane Zindani, is a business owner in the city of Detroit. He's a homeowner in the city of Detroit. He's been obviously married for 20 years, and he's a father of 4 children. He has relatives who have come from the state of New York who are present in court in his support. He has 3 semi-trucks that he runs. He's got no prior criminal record whatsoever, and he's a longstanding member of this community, and he's a citizen of the United States. So not only is he a business owner and a real estate owner, he has deep ties to this area. He has a child that he's entitled to see, and through parenting time, if they do get into family court situation, that is autistic and has special needs. It's clear on the facts of this case today that he went to go pick up a child that had special needs when police were called to the house. He wasn't at the home, obviously. So my concern, Judge, is we have to keep these 2 separate. We have to keep them away from each other. He shouldn't go back to the marital home whatsoever. And he has family in the courtroom that can attest to where he would stay. But I would ask the court to reduce his bond to $100,000, 10%, with a GPS tether. That's a strong enough bond so that we can assure that he pays some money to get out, and that he has a financial interest in getting out and not losing that $10,000 that he's gonna have to put up. He's on a GPS tether so the court can monitor him and know that he's not going to the marital home or in the vicinity of his wife, who says she was scared of him, and that they separate each other, not have any contact whatsoever, whether through himself or through.
Tell me about his out of the country ties.
He's a citizen of America, Judge.
How long has he been here?
He's been here since the 90s. What year did you come here?
1997.
97. And he's raised 4 kids here. So, and this isn't a strong enough case, Judge, where the penalty of maximum 15 years in prison is the highest penalty. The guidelines on a case like this would be straddle cell at worst. And Your Honor, this and ultimately, if he pled guilty at circuit court, he could get county time. He could conceivably get probation if he was found guilty of this situation, because he's got no prior record. With that being said, Your Honor, the thought or the scare or the fear of flight is not the situation. I think that what we need to be looking at more so is, can we keep these 2 separate? And I think we can, with those conditions that I've requested this report, especially when he's gotten strong family support. These gentlemen drove here from the state of New York, and they've been here the last week to support their uncle. And so that's what I'd ask the court to adopt in terms of recommendation. I don't know what pretrial services said. They might have even asked for something better than I asked.
Your Honor, I ask that bond remain the same. I think there's no better way of keeping the 2 separate by keeping the bond the same. The complaining witness testified that the defendant was in and out of the lives of the kids for the last year. Further so, Your Honor, by the allegations here, he attempted to light the house on fire with the children inside and the complaining witness. He is at risk. She is at risk from him as well as the community. I mean, even just her safety is in danger, but as well as the community at large. What if that house did light on fire? What about all the rest of the houses around there? He is a safety risk to the community, and I ask that bond remain the same.
Does the defendant have a passport?
Yeah, I would imagine.
Okay, I'm going to adopt the recommendation of the pretrial services. They recommend 100,000, 10% GPS tether. In addition to that, he has to surrendered his passport.
I asked the question of the passport. I thank the court for the recommendation. The passport was received by Detroit Police. They have it.
Yeah, and the bag was at the car, and they gave her the car. So she took it. She had everything.
And as a crime reduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Does the court have an order that I have to present for bond, or the court will issue one?
I need you to prepare one. There's, should be some blank orders down there somewhere.
Oh, she's got one here. I mean, excuse me, 100,000, 10%. Judge, what did you say? 100,000, 10%, GPS tether, no context. And surrender passport. Who's got the passport? Phantom passport, can you get his passport to officer? She's got it here.
This is one of
No. This is with her, okay. So,
I don't really have to.
I know, but they got it. We don't have the contact to get it.
We need to be sure police check.
He said on the record that she has the passport. In his car. He was arrested.
Yeah, no, I'll ask
the
them.
tip first.
I'll ask them.
What case?
Let her know if-
10:30 had an interpreter, right?
Where are you?
Yes.
Yeah, he just need to.
Mr. Banter, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, Jessica.
Mr. Wood, how many more witnesses?
I have one who's not here, can't get a ride. I was going to request a report if possible to testify to this.
Oh, that's going to try with the defense counsel. Why can't someone go get him?
OIC was sick on Wednesday, still out.
Did they give you a replacement?
No.
I'll give you a moment to figure it out because I'm about to review. Let's have Mr. Glenn step in.
Judge, who's the prosecutor on that case?
That would be Mr. Davidoff.
I'm sorry, who?
Jessica.
Nobody's here.
Prosecutor that did our last case.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on in, Mr. Glenn.
Let's see. You got it.
Meant to ask, who's the prosecutor in 11:30 case?
Oh, 11:30, that's.
Yeah.
I need
Oh, we just.
No, you got one recruited.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Judge, may I have 5 minutes? I tried to run on schedule, Your Honor, I'm really sorry.
Oh.
I'll put it in the notes and then I'll.
Let's see, I'm thinking, I try to get those first.
He knows.
Sorry.
Yep. Whatever you're ready.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thanks, sir. I was right on the money with the pre-trial service.
He was, I thought you worked for him. Exact same thing next to
That's a good deal.
William, do you have an interpreter?
Yeah.
Could I get his name? Sure.
You give me a copy of that? All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, you too.
Give me a copy. All right.
Chad, how are you?
Case number, we have case number on this.
Mr. Boise.
You know something? Thank you so much. I need to do the second count here. It don't matter to me, I'm just gonna give this to a bail bondsman and see if they can figure it out. All right. Thank you.
You will take it. David. David.
So you don't get two in custody, right? Next one is Brown.
I know.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Calling case 2457490, people of the state of Michigan versus Lman Youth. In this charge in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica David on for the people, P86743.
Yes. Your name for the record? Your name, sir, the attorney.
Judge, good morning. Sayed Zaman, the court appointed interpreter for Mr. Lman Eugene.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from Bengali to English and English to Bengali to the best of your ability?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Your name for the record, sir?
Lukman Eugene.
Today's the day of time for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. We also,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. We also have an interpreter for the people, or for the.
Where's your interpreter? Oh, your name for the record, ma'am?
Selina Khan,
And you are?
I'm the interpreter.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate English to Bengali and Bengali to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I need some. What's your name?
I feel like I'm stuck in quicksand today.
Yeah.
I got unused to this. Here it's like back to back to back, and then my new courts, it's just one at a time.
All right. How many witnesses for the people?
One, Your Honor,
You have any preliminary matters before you call your witness?
not from the people.
Just move to question any additional.
Okay. If there are any witnesses in the courtroom, please step into the hallway until further notice. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Call your witness.
Your Honor, people call Khadija Sanjita to the courtroom today.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Madam Interpreter, I'm gonna have you speak into the microphone since you're the interpreter, okay? You can turn it here. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May you please say your name for the record? And Ms. Sanjito, were you at 5075 Prescott Street in the city of Detroit on May 28, 2024? Excuse me, yes, May 20, actually, not even one moment.
I don't have that.
May I repeat, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Sanjito, were you at 5075 Prescott Street?
Sanjita, आपने 5075 Prescott Street. Yes.
And was that in the city of Detroit?
It has been 20%. Yes.
And is that in the county of Wayne?
The Wayne County Detroit. I'm not sure.
Do you know Detroit is in the county of Wayne?
Because I'm in Detroit, the Wayne County person. No.
But the court acknowledged that
I'll
Detroit.
take judicial notice that the city of Detroit is in the county.
Thank you, Your Honor. And an incident took place in the month of May, correct?
Yes.
And that was on or around the date of May 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is at that address? What is at that address, 5075 Prescott Street?
Can you repeat that one more time?
What is at the address of 5075 Prescott Street?
My husband's house.
And you said your husband, who is your husband?
Lman Uddin.
Okay, and do you see Lman Uddin in the courtroom today?
Lman Uddin, I say go to the transaction.
Can you point to him and identify him with an article of clothing?
He's wearing a white t-shirt.
Your Honor, will the court, reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
So noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and what happened on, well, strike that. Did you and the defendant have an argument?
John, I'm going to object to the legal nature of the questions here.
Rephrase.
All right. And what happened on that day that brings you to court today?
Within kita ঘটনা ঘটছিল যেটা আমি আজকে আপনি বলতে চাইছেন I was trying to feed my baby and they all came to take my baby from me and I tried to stop them but they didn't stop so I just went outside with my baby.
And when you say they all tried to take your baby, first off, how old is your baby?
4 months.
And at that time, how old was your baby?
যে সময় ঘটনা ঘটছে এই সময় তো একটা ঘটনা ঘটছে 3 months and some days I could not.
And who was trying to take your baby away?
His cousin.
And whose cousin?
My husband's cousin.
And you said you went outside of 5075 Prescott Street?
ওপর থেকে বাড়াইয়া গেছেন যে ঠিকানা হয়েছে ওপর থেকে হয়েছে বাড়াইয়া গেছেন
Yes, I got out from his house and I was just standing outside.
Were you standing with the baby?
Yes.
All right, and did the defendant come outside?
Yes, they did.
And did you and the defendant have a conversation?
Excuse me a second, sir, I thought you were supposed to be interpreting.
That, she's speaking Bangla.
So why do I need two interpreters then?
Go ahead.
Did you and your husband have a conversation on that day outside?
He asked me to give the baby because he wants to take it to my father-in-law. And I told him, let me give my baby, then I will give it to him.
And what was your response?
I told them, let me feed the baby, I will give it to you after I finish feeding the baby. And they didn't agree to that, and this is when I stepped outside.
And what was the defendant's response to you not handing him the baby?
First he grabbed my hand. I didn't give it to him. I didn't give the baby to him. Then his family came to me, his sister. His sister picked me up too. And after I got beat up from his sister, I didn't give the baby to them. And then this is when my husband came up to me and he choked me.
Okay. And when you say choke, what part of his body touched your body?
Not his whole body, but his hand was on my neck.
And did he use one hand or two hands?
And one hand.
One hand. And did he apply pressure?
A little bit.
And was it harder for you to breathe when he applied pressure to your mouth?
No.
Were you breathing like normally, or was it different than you normally breathe?
A little bit. It was a little hard.
Harder to breathe? Yes. And did the defendant say anything to you while he had his hand on your neck?
No.
And what was going through your mind as this was happening?
I just didn't need my baby.
Did he, how long did he hold his hand to your neck?
About 5 to 10 seconds.
And how did it end?
They just let it go.
They let who go?
Yeah, he just let go of his hand from my neck.
And at some point, did he take the baby from you?
He didn't take the baby from me, but his sister took the baby from me after leaving.
And what did you do after they took the baby?
I was holding the baby's leg and I was just standing up.
Did you try to get help?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Man, you stated that this happened on Prescott Street in Detroit.
Yes.
This was your husband's house,
Yes, my husband.
and you stated that there were other people there.
Yes, there was.
How many other people did you see there?
I cannot question this. 4 people.
4 people, and you stated that other people.
Except for him. Except for him, there was 4 other people.
Okay, and you stated that there came a point in time when your husband wanted your baby.
Yes.
All right, now you stated that there were other people who were beating you. Is that correct?
Yes, his sister.
Did your husband beat you?
He pulled my hand and then he choked me in my neck.
Now you stated that, how hard again was his hand around your neck?
Uh, 5 to 10 seconds.
And how was your ability to breathe again?
Little hard to breathe, but it was okay.
Did you have any marks around you, anything like that?
I couldn't see that time.
Nothing much.
You regret? Just as a follow-up, ma'am, just as a follow-up, you indicate that the defendant had his hand around your throat or your neck.
Yes.
And were you once again, were you able to breathe normally like you are doing right now?
It hurt a little bit.
It hurt, but I'm asking, were you able to breathe like you normally do at that time?
It was hard for me to do.
Okay. All right, any questions based on my questions? No. Thank you, ma'am, you may step down.
No further questions.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant? No.
The people move to move over as charged and reserve argument.
This is a question of fact. I agree, it is a question of fact. The court, after hearing the testimony of the witness, is satisfied the people have been burdened of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be June 28, 2024, 9:00 p.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is for the officer. Yeah.
Calling case 24-57029, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Roderick McGee. Defendant was charged in count 1 homicide, murder second degree, strike that. charged with count 2 assault with a deadly weapon, count 3 weapons, firearms, possession by a legal person, count 4 carrying concealed weapon, count 5 felony firearm, count 6 felony firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Bell on behalf of people P 68673.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Bant on behalf of the defendant, standing to my left with stationing.
All right, this matter was held in part on June 12th and continued to today's date. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the witness that I needed for today, I spoke to him several times over the past hour. He was unable to get a ride to court. I would ask if the court would allow him to testify via Zoom. If not, I would anticipate he would be here within 20 minutes. There's a detective from Detroit Police Department Homicide Unit picking him up and bringing him to court. He's 20 minutes. The witnesses.
Mr. Manson, do you have any objection to the witness testifying via Zoom?
I don't, but my client, I talked with my client about it. He'd rather have the person show up first.
So he's in route.
He could be, yeah, the detective is en route to pick him up, and I anticipate he can be here in about 20 to 25 minutes.
Matters I can do in the meantime. All right, thank you.
Judge, is it possible for me to run back to Frankfurt and come back in 30 minutes? I apologize. I've had other cases there this morning that weren't completed when I came here.
So long as you're ready to go. You're ready to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown still here?
He is, Judge.
Mr. Sharp, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. How are you this morning?
Doing good. How are you?
Great, great. At the
What you
top
doing
of the day for you.
What you doing here today?
I have Mr. Cortez Fitz.
Mr. Brown, how you doing, sir?
Good evening, Your Honor.
How's it going across the street?
It's going, it's a marathon, so it's Brian, you know, it's gonna be that way till like 1st of July.
Really?
Yeah, we're not going on Friday, but that's what he said, 52 witnesses. So,
52.
52, yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, that's my opinion, you know.
That's a lot of witnesses.
Yeah, a lot of them have nothing to do with my client.
You're gonna lose the jury with 52 witnesses.
I believe so. I believe so.
Ready on Joseph Brown?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's almost up, sir. 2 more minutes.
Okay.
I don't know. That's a DNA swab.
Morning, Council.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Did you get my stipulation?
Do they have witnesses on their case, Mr. Sheriff?
Judge, I didn't know who's prosecuting when you did.
Nobody here on that case, Judge.
Okay. You don't know who the prosecutor is?
There's no idea. Type on the prosecutor's office. I couldn't get it.
Videotapes, police officers. Yeah, photographs.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that a homicide?
No, no.
Okay. What is it?
Domestic violence.
Oh, so it'll be my courtroom prosecutor.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah. And see.
Sir? You ready for him, Judge?
Yes.
Brown. Stand next to your attorney.
Call the case 2455329, for the state of Michigan versus Joseph A. Brown Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 carjacking. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice mandatory 25 years sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Diana Lynch on behalf of the people, P84589.
And good morning, Your Honor. Brian Brown.
And I also have NYC.
Officer Greg Fennick, Wayne State University Police Department with the Detroit office.
Okay.
And good morning, I'm Brian Brown, P80560, appearing on behalf of Mr. Joseph Brown, who's president of the Browns Extension.
Joseph A. Brown Jr.
All right, today's the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, Your Honor.
How many witnesses? Yeah.
I have five witnesses. Your Honor, I saw the stipulation if I may approach.
Yes. You have any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
We have agreed in the stipulation that the photographs will be admitted, and well as the video from the incident from Papa Sam's liquor store, and that was stipulated by the defense counsel.
The thing admitted as what?
I'm sorry, stipulated for exam purposes that they would be admitted.
What are they?
The
You have exhibit numbers?
Yes, I do. I think they're on there, but I have two videos, which are exhibits 1 and 2, and then I have exhibits. At this time, 19 photographs. So it would be 22 exhibits, Your Honor. So what number from what number? 1 to 20, do 1, 2 video. 1, 2 video, and then the others are photographs. So 3 to 21 are photographs.
Jen's gonna get that folder back that she gave me. You said you gave me the wrong paperwork, that folder that you were looking through.
I can use them.
The DNA swab on it. I think you put over there somewhere.
Yes, everybody then.
Ready to call your first witness?
I am, Your Honor. The people would call Officer Seward to stand. What's his first name?
Corey.
Seward.
Seward Industries, Seward Industries, Detroit, SEWAR.
Jessica, do you have witnesses on Pittz?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, you anticipate having?
We do not.
Okay, let me get Mr. Sharp.
Joseph, my client's not here yet. He's waiting.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though, I appreciate it. I checked, I texted him, I don't know where he's at.
Is there a dot or
He's in the hallway.
to connect to the internet here, is there a wire?
No, ma'am. Have to zoom in, share the screen. Sir, please step forward, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box up here. As much as you've been in here, I thought you would know that by now.
Yeah, Your Honor, I agree, but I'm having difficulty getting onto your network.
Can you help Ms. Lynch out?
Jessica.
Can you help Ms. Lynch out?
Thanks, Jessica.
While you're doing that, let me get Mr. Shard now. It looks like your client just arrived.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2455510, people of the state of Michigan versus Cortez Rashard Fitz. Defendant is charged in count 1, unlawful driving away motor vehicle. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense notice. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5, weapons, felony firearm, second offense. Count 6, weapons, felony firearm, second offense. Count 7, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 8, felony firearm, second offense. He also has case 2456561, charged in count 1, domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Jessica Davidoff for the people, P86743.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Shard, P43732 on behalf of Mr. Fitz on both cases. Mr. Fitz, can you say your name? Cortez Shard Fitz.
There's the date and time set in their examination in these matters. Are you ready to proceed?
Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people are unable to proceed at this time. The complaining witnesses are not present and do not speak at all.
Motion for dismissal.
So ordered, the court will dismiss both matters without prejudice.
Thank you.
I need dismissal order.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It might be 36 or something. But I'll try my best as well.
I have the video on my laptop, so I'll even play them. Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Jessica. And are we on the network? No. I'd like to get on this one. It's going on that one.
Right, yes.
Bye, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Back on the record.
Hi, good morning, sir. Can you speak your name again and spell it for the record?
Officer Corey Stewart, CORREY,
And what is your occupation or profession?
police officer,
And how long have you been employed with, which department are you employed with?
Detroit.
And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Just hit 10 years last month.
Are you with a specific unit in the police department?
Yes, I'm with the Avery unit, which is the audio, video, evidence response.
And have you had any training in that role?
Yes, I am.
And what kind of training have you had?
Letsy, there's a federal law enforcement training centers in Georgia, and then LEVA, which is the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association International.
And what are your present duties as a police officer?
Preservation of video and digital evidence.
And is one of your duties to assist in investigations?
For video extraction.
And during your investigation on this case, were there any video extractions that you were able to perform?
Yes, I performed one.
And are you able to let me know where you performed that video extraction at?
Papa Sam's Liquor on East One,
And what city is that in?
Detroit.
And is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes,
And what date did you perform the video extraction?
January 17th of this year.
And that was for what date, sir?
The date of extraction,
Well, you said the date of extraction was January 17th. What date were you extracted from?
I don't recall that.
Do you have anything that will refresh your recollection?
I do.
permission to approach.
Can I-
I have here, yeah, the incident report. He has been.
Anything can be used.
Yes, they can include information, actually.
What I recall is January 16th, 1852.
I'm sorry, what's the year?
It was January 16th, 2024. The time start was 1852.
Thank you. And on January 16th, are you aware of anything that occurred that would cause you to go on the 17th for video extraction?
No, I was informed on the 17th.
So,
Were you looking for anything in particular? Were you looking for anything in particular?
The time requested from, that was for the video extraction.
Okay, so you just went there looking to extract a certain period of time?
Yeah, it's requested by the OIC, and I just gathered what they requested.
Okay.
and were you able to obtain video recordings from Papa Sam's video store?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am showing to defense counsel what is marked as People's Exhibit number 1, which is the camera 14, and this is the video. And for purposes of this examination, Your Honor, I'm going to fast forward this because it is a very long video. But I will start with the daytime stamp at the very beginning and show the witness. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you a video that is marked here, camera 14, merged.
Yep.
And this is a video that starts and plays until 14:08 on the per length of time video. There was that. For purposes of the exam, I'll make this forward, judicious. And other than me moving forward, has there been any modifications to the video that you have instructed?
Not that I can observe.
Did he review the videos?
I just went, I moved it forward from the beginning to the end so that you can see it. Are you able to identify that this is the video that you captured?
Yes, it appears to be.
I have another video, I'll show to defense counsel. This is outside the store. This is marked merged to.
I guess my question is if the officer ever reviewed the video, because he said he extracted, he wasn't necessarily looking for a particular incident, he was just requested to download a certain time.
Sir, is there any way you can tell that the video that the prosecutor has shown you is the video that you extracted?
Yes.
Also.
From the start and the officer in charge of the case requested the start and end time. I don't analyze the video. I just did exactly what he asked for based on the time camera.
I'm just having, just maybe a little question with that. If he never analyzed the video, how can he say that the video that he extracted was actually the video it purports to be? Could have been a different video. He just says, I'm looking for this time frame to that time frame. He never reviewed it. How do we know that that particular video actually contains that particular time frame?
His officer in charge reviews it.
So you extract the video, and the video that you extract, you know where the cameras or what the video is supposed to be shown, or where the cameras are located and what the cameras are taking images of?
No, that's up to the officer in charge of the case. They do all the review and just extract.
So you go to the location. Do you put any markings on the video, anything? As far as what you extract something, do you put a date, a time, a location, anything like that on?
For the name of the video?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in the folder, I put what the name of the place is, and then I hashed the file to show its authenticity. So in the original file, there's a hash file, it shows everything that is.
I don't think this is the proper witness to authenticate.
So Your Honor, first off, I would say that the defense counsel has already stipulated to the admission of the videotapes. We're simply authenticating that these were what were extracted from the liquor store itself.
Okay, so he testified that he extracted the video. It's already been stipulated to that this video can come into evidence. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so why are we still doing that?
So I have no idea. I'm going to introduce the second video to make sure that this one is for authentication purposes. And then I
So
will
did you extract the second video as well?
I extracted both videos at the same time I was there.
Okay, so he extracted two videos.
Okay. And I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Brown?
Officer? So you indicated that you went to this particular location and you extracted a video, correct? Okay, and you didn't do any additional steps to authenticate that the video you extracted is what it purports or should be?
Yeah, it came off the native player from the system at the location.
Okay, but you never watched the video to see whether or not the time was correct, correct?
I did a time offset.
You did a time offset?
Yeah, the system time was fast by 9 seconds.
Okay, and how did you ascertain the system time?
It was on the screen, and I used my Apple Watch, which is set to world time, and I took a picture, which is also on the evidence disc.
Okay, so you basically authenticated, or I guess collaborated the system time with your time on the day of the 17th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't do anything as far as the video you extracted to see whether or not that video was what it purports to be, as far as the time frame you were seeking, correct?
Yeah, I went to the start time, and it showed the time the officer in charge reviewed, and I went to the end time to make sure that time was there, and then I also looked at the duration of time on the line to show all the video was there.
Okay. Did you actually watch the video to make sure that it was at the proper camera angle?
I don't know what the camera angles are, I just looked at cameras that are requested.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not this footage showed the inside of a bathroom?
Mr. Brown, why are we going through this if you stipulated to the admission of the video?
For maybe later purposes, just kind of get some questions, you know, just understand, you know. Okay. There's no further questions.
All right. Can you redirect?
Were you given instructions to go to Papa's Sam's liquor store? Were you given any instruction where to gather video evidence, or how did you know what cameras to take the evidence from?
The officer in charge goes to the location, gets consent, looks at the video, sends a request form out for me to come get it. That's how I know what to get.
He sends a request, and that's how you know what to get. Can you explain what to get? What do you mean when you say what to get?
I'm wondering why are you still asking him questions? The video is in.
Okay. And I guess I'm looking for, you're not told what areas to grab a video from.
Whatever cameras they ask for, that's the angles they need. I don't.
Thank you very much. There's no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step.
Your Honor, the people would call Tricia Livingston to the stand. Your Honor, since the videotape's already been admitted, when I show it to the witness, may I simply project it onto the large screen? And may I also have your permission to move fast forward it to where the timeline of action is, so I don't have to wait for 14 minutes. Yes.
Good afternoon. Ms. Livingston? Now, please step forward, raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that'll be to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Ms. Livingston, can you state your name and spell it again for the record, please?
Yes, it's Patricia Livingston, Patricia Livingston.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't understand anything I'm asking you, please just. Ms. Livingston, do you have your phone in front of you? May I ask you to turn that upside down or put it in your purse or put it away, please? So I'm going to be asking you a series of questions. If you don't understand anything, please don't hesitate to stop me and ask me to repeat it or ask me to rephrase it, or simply say, I just don't understand, all right? I want to bring your attention back to the date of January 16th, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And where were you on that date that brings you to court today?
I was at the liquor store. It's a liquor store down the street from where I live.
Can you tell me, do you know the address of the liquor store or what the streets
I
are?
don't know the address, but it is on East Warren and Manistee.
And that's in the city of Detroit and the county of
Yes, it
Wayne?
is.
And can you tell me what happened on January 16th when you went to the liquor store?
As I came out of the store, I had my keys in my right hand. And normally when I go to the store, when I first come out the door, I look both ways. And which I did, and I had my keys in my right hand. I stepped forward and had my left hand on my car, on the doorknob. And I beeped it to open it and had it really somewhat ajar. And at that point, my hand was jerked back, it went eject back.
Okay, let me stop you there. When your hand was moved back, was it because of the wind? What caused your arm to be moved back?
Someone was jacking my hand.
Okay, and when you say jack, what do you mean by that?
They were actually jacking for the key. They jacked it back.
I see.
Snatching, and I snatched it without turning or anything. I just snatched back, rejecting and pulled it back.
So can I have you stop right there? For the record, the defendant is moving her right arm back when she says that it's being snatched back. And then when she says it was rejected, she's moving her arm in a forward motion. Continue, please.
At that point, they throw their arm around my neck like this here. It came from that direction.
Okay, and when you say they threw their arm around the neck, was it one person or was
Whatever.
Okay.
Came from around like this here. And they snatched in and said, give me those keys. And snatched the keys out of my hand and drove me to the ground.
And they threw you to the ground? How did they throw you to the ground?
Just
So-
with that force.
Thank you. So for the record, the defendant is putting her left arm around her neck, her elbow pointing downward, and her hand around her right neck, and she's demonstrating that she was thrown. And which direction were you thrown in? Do you recall?
I was thrown directly down and, behind that, the person took and, stepped over, crossed me and got into the car.
Okay, so, did you see the person who came, behind you and grabbed you by the neck?
Yes, I saw them.
Okay. And are you able to identify that person in the courtroom today? And if you're not, please don't try to figure it out by where people are sitting.
Did you get a look at the person's face, man? Did you get a look at the person's face?
Somewhat here and there.
Can you describe the person for us? What did the person look like?
When you said that the person spoke to you and said, give me those keys, could you identify what kind of voice it was?
Yes, I could identify what the voice sounded like.
And was it a male or female voice? If you're able to.
It was a male.
Male voice, okay. And so on that day of the location, let's just back up for a minute. You said that he tried to take the car keys. Once he got you down on the ground, did he linger around at all? Did he linger around? Did he stay around the car or above you? Or do anything?
Once I was on the ground, he stepped over me and got into the car.
And what happened then?
And at that point, I scuffled up to get to the door of the store. And as I just opened the door and screamed, he's got my car, he's got my car. And at that point, one of the, I think he was the only customer, I don't know. Anyway, the customer came out and he was calling 911. And this person was still sitting in my car in the drive, in the same spot.
So did the car ever leave the parking lot?
Eventually.
Okay. And what kind of car do you drive, or what kind of car were you driving on that day?
2011 Ford Fusion.
And do you know the license plate number?
EZY 4044.
Your Honor, I have here, while I'm there, just to save time, do you also have a handicap sticker, Ms. Livingston?
Yes, I do.
And do you know how the handicap placard, is it the one that hangs on the mirror, the rearview mirror, or is it one that's identified on your license plate?
Yes. That's the one that I had.
Is the one that hangs on the mirror?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing right now for defense counsel, this is exhibit 4. I have exhibit 18. 20. Yeah. And you know the number that was assigned specifically to your handicap placard? There's a number that the Secretary of State assigns to a handicap placard. Do you know what yours is?
The whole number?
No, there's just a number that they can write with a magic marker.
It's L401.
Okay. Do you know what those numbers represent?
Yes, the 401 is the last 4 digits of my driver's license number.
Do you mean the last 3 digits?
The last 3 digits.
And the L stands.
The L stands for.
That's leading.
Sustain. The L stands for my last name, Livingston.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Ms. Livingston, I'm handing you right now a photograph which contains a handicap placard. Do you recognize that placard?
Yes.
And how are you able to recognize that placard?
By the L 4/01, and my birthday, although it's 2026, the expiration date for the placard,
Well, since I'm a lady and you are, what's the month and the date of your birthday?
5/28/52,
And what does this record say?
5/28/26.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. I'm showing you now what's marked exhibits number 18, 20, and 21. Are you able to identify the objects in those photographs?
Yes, this is, the rear of my car. With, damage that wasn't there.
Okay.
This is the license plate to my car. And this is my car.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, request to publish these to the court.
Moving for its admission first.
Your Honor, I request to admit these into, they're already admitted, but they have published them.
They were admitted.
Yes, these are all part of the exhibits that were admitted in the
Do you have any
stipulation.
objection, Mr. Brown?
Ms. Livingston, I showed you a handicap placard. Could you tell me the location that handicap placard was on? Or where was that located? Do you know?
Where was it located?
Yeah, where is it in that photo? Is that a place that you from your home?
No.
Is where do you know? The location of?
The location I knew it to be was in my glove compartment of my car.
Okay, thank you very much. Your Honor, I would like to now play the videotapes from Sam's Liquor Store. And with your permission earlier, I will move forward. These are the same two that we had discussed earlier. So the first one, I'll get to show my screen. And this is marked camera to merge. Ms. Livingston, do you recognize the location that is shown in this videotape?
Yes.
And what is this location known for you?
It's at East Warren and Manistee, at the corner of East Warren and Manistee. I believe it's the name Papa Sam's Liquor Store. I don't know the address.
All right, and do you see that there's a car located in the bottom? It would be my right, your right, bottom right corner. Are you able to identify that car?
Yes.
And how do you know what that car is?
Well, it looks like my car.
Okay, I'm gonna play the tape now, and I'll play a portion of it. I'll stop it in a moment. Ms. Livingston, what are we seeing here?
We're saying going and entering the store.
And do you enter the store?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I will pause the videotape and I will move it forward. And as I hit play, I am starting it. Ms. Livingston, are you able to identify anything happening in this video at this time?
That's me here to my girl.
Okay. And can you tell me what you just saw in that video right before I stopped it?
The video speaks for itself.
So that's the first videotape. I'd like to move on and show you inside the store, or show you another videotape, which is our camera 14 merged T3. So now, Ms. Livingston, can you tell me if you identify this location from the videotape?
It's right inside the door of the same store.
The same store, and that is Papa Sam's?
Papa Sam's, yes.
And Ms. Livingston, can you identify anything on this video right now?
That's me coming in the store.
I'm sorry, you said what?
That's me coming into the store.
Thank you very much. Your microphone popped and I didn't quite hear. Move this fast forward now to. And Ms. Livingston, can you identify a person in that piece of footage?
That's me coming out of the store.
Okay. And here again.
Yes.
Thank you very much. When you were thrown down to the ground, were you injured?
Yes, I was.
What injuries did you sustain?
I sustained a contusion to my chest, down my left breast.
And did you seek medical attention?
Yes, eventually I did. Not, as well, there was a cut to my finger that night, in which the ambulance was called. And they took care of the finger and they wanted to take me to the hospital, but I was just overtaken that I did not want to go to the hospital. And, then afterwards, I saw my regular medical doctor who sent me for tests and discovered complications.
As you watch those videotapes, as you watch them, can you tell the court that this is a fair and accurate description of the events that took place on the 16th of January, 2024?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You were asked to look at a lineup as part of the police investigating this particular incident, correct? As far as you were asked to look at some photographs of some individuals who you thought it might be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to the best of your abilities and your knowledge, you picked out an individual who you thought it could be, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you signed your name under that photograph, notifying the officer that this is your belief of who the individual was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they also asked you for a general physical description of who you thought it was, correct? Correct. I repeat myself. They asked you for a general physical description of who you thought did this particular incident, correct?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
A description. They asked you how tall you thought the person was. Correct?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
She said she didn't remember.
You had to sign the police report, correct? Asking you questions about the incident, correct? You remember that?
A police report?
Yes, an incident report. As you were describing what happened, there was an officer who was writing down as you were talking. Remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And after that officer was done writing that statement, they had you sign that statement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. If you looked at that statement, would that refresh your memory as to the questions they asked you and whether or not they asked you about the height of the individual? You think it would?
Possible.
Right, may I approach the statement?
Right.
We know that. So it's not here. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I can't even read half of this. So is there something in particular you want to look at?
You want me to approach?
Okay.
Right here? Yes.
And you're on the approach?
Okay.
Ms. Livingston, isn't it true that you told the officers you believe the individual to be about 5'7"?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, no further questions.
Ms. Livingston, when you gave the estimate that the defendant was 5'7" during the police investigation, do you believe that you saw the person who took your car?
When I was grabbed like this, I looked up like this, and that's the first time I would say I saw that person. Again, he stepped across me, and again, I saw that person.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, I have to ask you a series of stupid questions, okay? First and foremost, did you give anyone permission to take your car?
No.
All right. And how tall are you?
5'5".
So the person who did this to you was taller than you?
Yes.
And did you get your car back?
Yes, I did.
How did you get it back?
I was called by the cut Detroit recovery team, and I went to the yard and picked up my car.
When was that? Was it the same day?
No, it was at least, it was over a week later.
Over a week later, okay. Any questions based on my question?
Yeah, Your Honor. Just one, Your Honor, just for clarity. Was a handicap placard in your car when you got the car back?
When I got the car back?
When you got the car back?
No.
Objection, I don't think that's part of the scope of the question based upon your questions to her. So I'd ask that straight.
I'll take it. But you, let me beyond the scope, I'll take it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I just have a quick question. You stated that you're 5'5", correct?
Yes.
And you thought this person was 5'7", correct?
Yes.
So just slightly taller than you, that would be a fair statement, correct?
He was taller than me.
Okay. In your opinion, the person was 5'7"?
Your Honor, objection has been answered.
No more questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may start.
Your Honor, thank you, Ms. Livingston.
You may start.
The people would call Officer Jacob Hebner to the stand.
Officer Hector.
Sir, please step forward, raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got it?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box. Okay, when you're ready.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell it once again for the record, please.
Yes, first name Jacob, J-A-C-O-B, last name Hebner, H-E-B-N-E-R.
And what is your occupation or profession?
I'm a police officer,
And you're in a law enforcement agency, which one?
the Detroit Police,
And how long have you been employed by the Detroit Police?
10 years now.
And do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
And what are your present duties?
I'm currently assigned to the commercial auto theft section.
And is one of your duties to assist in investigations of auto theft?
It is.
And were you currently in your present role on January 16th, 2024?
I was.
And could you tell me, were you, assigned any duties for this case of which you're called today?
I was assisting my partner, Officer Kenneth, who's the officer in charge. I was assisting with the investigation.
And what was how did you assist him?
I was made aware of an individual who was locked up regarding the incident, and I did a comparison between the individual arrested as well as video from of a suspect.
Okay. And how did you obtain these photographs?
The photographs of the individual arrested were obtained from his booking photo at the Detroit Detention Center. The photos I compared them to were retrieved from a gas station at 14441 Warren, which I believe was 2 blocks away from the incident location.
And how does one do this, like, the booking versus the videotape that you have? How is that executed? How do you do it?
I just pulled up the booking photos, and I was comparing them to the still shots I took of the suspect from the green light camera at the gas station.
And what is a green light camera?
Green light cameras are just cameras that the police department can access remotely. We can view and review them remotely through the different businesses partake in the green light location to have the police monitor those locations.
So is it the Detroit Police Department's camera that's in the store, or is it somebody else's camera?
The business owners, as far as I'm aware, the business owners purchased the cameras and granted the Detroit Police Department access to view those cameras.
Okay. And when you said that you're doing booking photos, what is a booking photo? What do those entail?
A booking photo is taken by the department that's processing an individual for an arrest.
Your Honor, I'm handing defense counsel exhibits 5, 6, 7. These are the booking photos. And may I have permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? This is just. I'm handing the witness exhibits 5, 6, and 7. And then also there's a cover page on that. Can you tell me what these exhibits contain?
This is these exhibits are the comparisons that I made up between the green light and the booking photo of Mr. Brown.
Okay. And do you have any identifying factors that would lead you to believe that from the green light cameras to the booking photos, that there are any similarities?
Yes, ma'am, there were several.
And what are those?
In exhibit 5.
And I would object to his opinion of whether or not there's similarities between the booking photo and.
I'm going to sustain that objection because this kind of evidence that you're proffering is supposed to be for the investigator to only, not used as probative evidence. That would be similar to, what's that mechanism they have?
The facial recognition, yes.
So are you saying, Your Honor, I can't admit these as evidence?
Can't be used as probative evidence, it can be used as an investigative tool.
So thank you, Your Honor. So as an investigative tool, what were your findings? As you completed your investigation, what were your findings?
I found that there were many similarities between the individual the suspect captured on the green light camera and Mr. Brown, who had been arrested.
And how did you identify, or how did you come to find that there were similarities?
In viewing the green light, there were tattoos.
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, she's just trying to walk around it and still have the same evidence come in based upon his opinion of looking at the two pictures with his conclusion and his opinion is. That's the same thing.
No, it's part of his investigation for identification.
Well, that's part of the investigation of maybe how they arrested him, but for him to get on the stand and say, oh, I think these pictures look the same because of this and that, that's totally different.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
No question.
Thank you, sir. You may stay.
I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people would call for our last witness, IOC. Oh, Your Honor, the people would call Officer Fitz.
You need an offer of proof as to what Officer Fitz was testifying to.
Evidence technician, evidence taken from the vehicle, was taken into possession of the police.
All right. Do you have his name on the report? Please raise your right hand, Officer Fitz. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Real good, sir. How are you? Always good to see you. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, sir. How are you, officer?
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you please state your name and spell it once again for the record?
Okay. My name is Eugene Fitzhugh. First name is Eugene. Last name is F like Frank, I-T, Z like zebra, Hugh.
And can you tell me what your occupation or profession is?
I'm a evidence technician for the City of Detroit Police Department, working at Consumer Services Unit.
And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Over 35 years.
Thank you for your service. Do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I'm sorry,
Do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
prior to coming to the police department?
Yes, to Detroit Police.
Okay.
And what are your present duties?
Well, again, I work in the Crime Services Unit. Currently, I work in the evidence garage where I process vehicles that are related to any kind of crime, everything from home invasions to homicides.
And were you assigned, or were you in that position on January 16th, 2024?
I was.
And was one of your duties to assist in the investigation of a car theft on that day?
The vehicle, yes, ma'am.
And what did your, were you able to gather any evidence from the vehicle?
I did.
And could you tell me what evidence you were able to uncover?
Well, it was quite a bit. Took some DNA swabs, collected clothes, collected some cell phone. I can refer to my report, maybe I can be more specific.
All right, and do you have your report in front of you, sir? Could I have you just turn that upside down, or if you want to hand it to me, or I won't have you referring to that right now. If I have to have you refresh your recollection, you can make that then. Thank you. I have exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19. I'm going to show them to the defense counsel. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Officer, I'm handing you these exhibits. Can you tell me what you are looking at?
I'm looking at some copies of photographs that I took relative to a Ford Fusion that I processed. I think it was a 2011 Ford Fusion. These are items that were inside the vehicle that I photographed. Also my collection.
And is there anything remarkable about the items that you have here?
One is a baseball cap with the letter P. There's some medication for Joseph Brown. 2 pounds of medication for the name of Joseph Brown and some photos.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I publish these to the court?
Yes. Where in the vehicle was those items found, sir?
Most of it was in the front right passenger compartment, some was in the right rear passenger compartment.
Officer, you also testified that you found a wallet. Did you open up that wallet?
I did.
And what did the wallet contain?
Wallet contained, some credit cards, a AAA card, and it was for, I believe the person's name was Anjay Gupta, Gupta, if I recall.
And was there any other identification or any other wallets that you located or other property?
In that wallet.
Any other wallet?
The only thing I found in the vehicle, other than that wallet with the name Anjay Gupta, was the clothes, cell phone, everything seemed to have the name Joseph Brown.
Thank you very much. Are those photos accurately reflect your photography at the time that you were doing the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, the people have no further questions for this.
If I could see those exhibits when driving down. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you were asked about some exhibits, and you looked at these exhibits. How were you able to identify that, like, for instance, this particular hat, exhibit number 14, you took this picture, and how are you able, well, first of all, how are you able to identify that you took this picture? What about this picture that you can identify?
Well, when we take photographs, we use a digital media card. When I start processing vehicle, we make what we call an ID shot. That ID shot shows the report number, the date, time, the location, my name, badge, and my radio code. On the back of the ID shot, it will show the vehicle that I'm processing. It will give the color, make, year, model of the vehicle, license plate, VIN number, and all the photos subsequent to that ID shot will be for that vehicle.
Okay.
Then I have a method that I use.
Okay, I understand your method. My question is, how are you able to identify, look at this picture and know that you took it? What about this picture has any unique identifiers on here that would signify to anybody that you took this picture?
I took the picture. That hat was on the floor of the car. I took it out, put it on the surface where I could take a close-up of that hat.
So you're saying you're going on your memory. Based upon your memory, you remember taking this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what about this picture would signify where this hat was located inside of the car, if it even was?
If you look at the pictures of the vehicle, you'll see the hat is on the floor of the car.
Okay.
It's
Okay, sorry. But you weren't shown the pictures of the car. You were shown this picture and asked where this hat was, and you said this hat was
in the car.
In the car.
Brian, if you look at the other pictures. It wasn't just shown, just that picture.
Okay, fair enough. So and your name is?
Fitz. Last name is Fitz.
Okay. Do you ever, I guess, have such a maybe identifying card when you take the pictures to signify that in fact you took the pictures?
The ID card, the ID, what we call the identification. Yes.
Okay, and you have a unique identifying number that's unique to yourself?
My name, my badge, and my radio code.
Okay, and did you see that anywhere on any of these pictures?
Well, we don't take the card and put it next to each picture, no.
Okay.
But I have a method, most of us have a method that we use when we process a vehicle.
Okay.
We take an overall, we take a mid-range, and we take a close-up. So if I see something that I think is potential evidence.
I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out how would you look at these pictures and know that it was you who took the pictures if there's no unique identifier other than your memory?
Other than my memory and knowing that I took it? No, I don't.
Okay, that's all I want to know. And approximately how many cars do you process per month? Approximately.
I can't answer the question. I don't know. Sometimes it's one, no, not in a month. So at the day, if we go to a day, sometimes it's one depending on the amount of work that's necessary.
Okay.
Sometimes it may be 4 or 5.
Okay, so in any given day, it could be between 1 and 4. Okay.
It could be more than that. It just depends on the work environment.
Okay, fair enough. So within a month, it could be anywhere from.
It could be hundreds.
Hundreds.
Correct.
Okay. And you processed this car when?
I recall January 18th.
Of what year? Okay, so roughly around 5 months ago.
Right.
Roughly hundreds of cars ago.
Right.
You remember, based upon your.
Objection, Your Honor, is there a question?
Can I get it out?
What's the objection?
Yes.
I don't hear a question.
I haven't finished. Yeah. So based upon your memory, you're saying that you can remember taking these photographs months ago, hundreds of cars ago, you remember taking these pictures? Yes or no?
Yes. I can remember taking that picture.
That's the memory.
Well, when you do this, you do remember.
Okay. And what kind of car was this?
It was a Ford Fusion.
Ford Fusion. You remember?
White in color.
Excuse me?
White in color.
Okay.
Also, Fitz has been around for a long time.
I understand. Okay, sir. Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect? Any redirect?
There were several questions about the markings on exhibits. On this one, there's a barcode, looks like a bar scan code, says case ID, gives the case number, and it has all sorts of writing on it. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. Do you put markings on the pictures that you take at all? In any of the photos? Do you identify them?
On the picture itself?
On any of the photos?
No. If I'm understanding your question right, no.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Sir, do you know how the police came into possession of that vehicle?
No, I do not.
Okay, you indicated that you took some DNA swabs, some of the evidence there, you placed that on evidence?
Based on that, yes, sir.
What evidence number was it placed on?
I have to refer to it.
That'll refresh your recollection. Ms. Lynch, do you have evidence technician report?
Okay, I mean,
Yeah, okay, that'll refresh your recollection.
the DNA swabs were placed on, barcode 711555, item number 8.
And what date did you examine this vehicle?
January 18, 2024. To be more specific, between 10 p.m. and 12:40 a.m.
Questions based on my question?
No, Your Honor.
I think I might have one. Could you repeat that, evidence tag number?
It's gonna be, there's a barcode that's associated with all evidence related to any particular case. The barcode is 711555. For every item of evidence is put under that barcode, there's a corresponding number.
Okay.
And the number would be number 8.
Item number 8.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
Yes, we would like to call OIC, Officer Penny.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Response.
Good morning, Officer Penny.
Good morning.
I'm going to be asking you a series, could you state your name and spell it once again, please?
Yes, Officer Gregory Bennett, and that is Fenech.
Officer Penny, how long, where are you employed?
Currently employed with the Wayne State University Police Department.
And how long have you been with them?
I've been with them since 2014, approximately 10 years in June.
Have you had any law enforcement experience prior to that date?
No.
And were you in your present position on January 16th, 2024?
Yes, at Detroit Police Commercial Auto Theft Section.
And how were you first brought into the investigation?
I was assigned the OIC, the officer in charge of the case.
And what date was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the date. It was either the 16th when it happened or the next day, the 17th, when cases get assigned.
And is one of your duties to assist in the investigation?
Yes,
Are you the lead investigator?
I am.
And during the investigation of this case, was there any opportunity for you to seek out a defendant in the case?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
The vehicle was located and an arrest was made of someone who occupied that vehicle.
And how where was the arrest made?
So the arrest was made in Warren, Michigan.
And how were the police from the Detroit precincts able to get involved in a warrant?
So officers from commercial auto theft were undercover officers, were in the area on the east side of Detroit when we spotted the vehicle and confirmed it with a license plate that was on it for being a carjacked vehicle, white in color. It was a Fusion. And then we conducted surveillance, followed it around until it went to a location in Warren, Michigan.
When you say we, do you mean you were actively involved in that surveillance?
I was.
And could you tell me how that surveillance took place?
So by following the vehicle, there's one occupant driving in this vehicle, and we followed it to an address in Warren where the one driver occupant got out, went up to a porch, and then we had officers from Detroit that were in uniform pull up and effect an arrest.
Are you able to identify who that person was that was driving the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And are you able to identify that person in court today?
Yes.
And can you let the court know where they're sitting and an object of some clothing that they're wearing?
Yes, he's got the green jumpsuit on.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Joseph Brown.
So noted.
Thank you. During the investigation, following the surveillance and following the defendant, can you tell me what your role in the investigation led you to conclude that the defendant is the person who was in the party store?
Yes, I have several roles. I reviewed surveillance footage from the actual incident at Papa's Liquor. There was surveillance footage that Officer Hedmer located of a green light location. And I complete a crime scene service request where I send it to the evidence garage to process the recovered carjacked vehicle that went to the evidence garage.
Thank you very much. When you reviewed the surveillance videos, were you able to capture any photographs within that or still capture of the videotapes?
Yes, there's some screenshots, and I watched the video. I don't know if I took those screenshots or if it was Officer Hedmer, but I watched the actual video.
I'm showing the defense counsel exhibits 8, 9, 10, and 11. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here are exhibits, and can you tell me if these are the screenshots that reference the video?
And just to be clear, because it's kind of confusing now, and I'm just trying to put fast one. Those are not the screenshots from the video we watched. Just to be clear, those are screenshots from another location. So just to be clear, from a video we did not see.
Your Honor, these are screenshots from the video that was taken at the Fergie store? Is that right?
No.
No?
These are screenshots from the green light location that Officer Hecker was talking about.
So a different green light location.
The actual liquor store is not the green light. That's the blurry video we watched in
Yes.
court today. That is not a green light location.
And inside the lobby?
That is not a green light location. That's why the video doesn't look good quality.
I see. Forgive me, thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Were you able to visit any of the locations where Mr. Brown was living at the time of this, during your investigation?
Yes, there is a location on East Campfield in the city of Detroit. Those are residents.
And whose residence is that?
So it's Mr. Brown's on the parole of Michigan Department of Corrections, and also for Secretary of State, it was said that he lived at that location, Defendant Brown.
Did you go to that home?
Yes, we went there.
And did you have a search warrant?
We did.
And what was your action when you went to that house?
We went in the house and secured the location. There was, I believe her name was Miss Hardy was identified as the mother of Mr. Brown. And there was a small child in there. And once we secured the location, we did a search. Ms. Brown indicated that.
Objection to whatever.
Yes. We searched a bedroom in the basement.
And do you know who lived in that bedroom in the basement?
Yes, I got information that it was the bedroom of Defendant Brown.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show Defense Counsel exhibits number 3, 15, 16, and 17. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you these exhibits, and can you tell me what they give you? At first, are they from that house that you had a search warrant for?
Yes, you handed me, first photo was on here was a jacket, a two-tone jacket, sleeve, it says U.S. Polo Association. That was from that location. Exhibit was like 15, this was not, these shoes were not from this location.
So am I clear that all of these photos have been admitted to evidence?
These are all part of the stipulation, Your Honor. And do you recognize all of those? Are those from the location?
Yeah, so these photos are either recovered from the location of the photo. The first photo that you gave me again, this is exhibit 16, this was a jacket recovered from the location. I took a picture of it when I got the evidence tag printed, so the evidence tag was on it for reference. That would have been done at our office.
Okay.
Exhibit number 3, it's a beige hat with a P and a star with a green bill. This would have been in the basement bedroom of the East Campfield location. And then exhibit 17 is a jacket, and this was after the jacket was recovered. I believe it was on the actual bed in the bedroom, but it was put on the floor and spread out to show the U.S. Polo Association on the sleeve.
Your Honor, request permission to publish these to the court.
All right.
And To defense counsel, I will be showing once again exhibit number 4. Which, I have one more exhibit. Can you tell me if this is one of the photos that you took while you were at the location?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell me what it contains?
So in this photo, it's a picture of a handicap placard. There's miscellaneous items that's on the top of like a tabletop, but there's a handicap placard that you hang in the window.
Thank you. And what are the identifying characteristics?
So in the middle of it, written in like a Sharpie marker, some type of marker, is a L401.
Thank you very much. Yeah. When there was the surveillance and you followed the car, do you recall what the car that you all surveilled? How were you able to determine that car?
Yeah, so the white Fusion, and the plate was still attached to it that was originally issued to the car that was entered into the system as a carjacked vehicle.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict the subject matter that you described and that you took?
Yes.
Have they been altered or any deletions made to them?
No.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, at this time, if people have no further questions for this.
Cross exam.
Yes.
Good afternoon, officer.
Afternoon, sir.
Now, did you interview Ms. Hardy?
I'm the one that interviewed Ms. Hardy, that's correct.
Okay. Isn't it true you never asked her any questions on whether or not Joseph Brown was the only person who was staying in the house? Correct, you never asked that.
I have to look at my statement. I believe on there she indicates there is.
Just asking you.
I mean,
Did you ask her?
I'd have to look at the statement again, sir.
Okay, but looking at your statement, refresh your memory?
Yes, it would be one of those folders that's labeled Ms. Hardy's statement. Probably more towards like behind my computer.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, it's not
That's
a
all
small
right.
table.
Very organized. That makes sense.
Well, just giving a. It's not.
What are you?
Ms. Hardy.
Hardy.
I have no mind.
Sure. Yeah. It's like you just look at it. See if I can-
You want me to approach?
Here it is.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. So, officer, isn't it true that you never asked Ms. Hardy whether or not Joseph Brown was the only male who lived in the house, correct?
In the house?
In the house, yes.
I do not see a question asking if there were any other males in the house.
Okay. Isn't it true that you never asked Ms. Hardy, was Joseph Brown the only person who lived in a basement? Correct?
Your question's a little confusing.
No, okay.
I have a question on here about.
No. If it's confusing,
Yes.
I'll try to break it
Yeah,
down.
question.
You never asked Ms. Hardy, is Joseph Brown the only male who lives in a basement? Yes or no? Look at the questions. You need to refresh your memory. Look at the questions and see whether or not you asked her that very specific question.
The way you're wording it, I did not ask that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's my.
Thank you, I'm just trying to understand where you're at.
Understand, appreciate that. Thank you, no further questions.
Did you inquire with Ms. Hardy who lived in the home?
I'm gonna review just my statement. I asked questions in that manner. I didn't ask it like how you just asked it. I didn't ask who all lives here.
Do you recall what you did ask?
I recall from my statement, I asked anyone else to stay in the basement. That was one of the questions I asked.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may
Kind of one further question? I'm sorry, just one further question. And after you asked, does anyone else stay in the basement? It was your understanding that another male stayed in that basement, correct? Yes or no?
There was a response that indicated another male.
Thank
lived in the basement.
Thank you. No further question.
Question calls for hearsay.
No, I asked him what was his understanding. I didn't ask him what was said.
Objection here, Sam, request to be certain.
No, I just asked him what he understood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's okay.
Your Honor, people have no further witnesses this time.
And the defense has no witnesses.
Your Honor, the people would reserve argument and request that this is not will be referred to.
Your Honor, we would oppose bind over. You know, this is a question of fact. I mean, not a question of fact, but a probable cause standard. They may say it's a question of fact, but however, I don't believe they proved that a probable cause standard that my client was the individual who did this carjacking. We've heard from the complaining witness who indicated that she saw the individual at least 2 different times, and she's 5'5". She indicated based upon her height, and I guess the height discrepancy between her and him, she thought she was 5'7". Now, could stand up, please, sir? Sir, my client is nowhere near 5'7". Not at all. My client is.
Take your mask off, sir.
So, based upon her observation, there also was a lineup that was, she put somebody in the lineup. Obviously, she didn't pick my client. That, in my opinion, that would have been substantive.
Let's only argue evidence in the exam. I don't have anything that says she picked anybody else.
She said that she picked. But you, Your Honor, I'm just stating for the record that you weren't presented with any type of lineup that would suggest that she picked out my client at all. She didn't indicate my client she was gonna stand. She didn't say, yes, that's the person I saw, that's the person I recognized. All we have is just somebody who's 5'7", who grabbed her keys and went off. We heard from the officer in charge who indicated that I guess my client was in the car, but that doesn't mean that he carjacked it. I mean, maybe at the greatest, it could be maybe unauthorized driving away of an automobile or receiving concealing stolen property. Doesn't mean that the person carjacked it. Of course, Your Honor knows that a lot of times people are in stolen cars, not even known to them that the car is actually stolen. So just the fact that he's in the car doesn't mean that he's a carjacker, Your Honor. He fits none of the description whatsoever of the individual. And there's no way, in my opinion, that you can mistake him for 5'7" if you're 5'5". That's 2 inches.
Can you show the video again of the person, of the complaining witness, just that she was leaving that store and then that person in the gray following behind?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, you have it. I'm just gonna just. Where's your sister?
And came off of?
I did. Yeah, just go to 36 District Court. Just in your garden. Sorry.
Or it's all, no, I had.
Oh, you have it.
This is.
Liquor store inside of the lobby.
Mr. Vella, what happened with the witness?
He's here.
Okay.
Oh, awesome. So, you're right there. There she is. So look at that. Oh, there it is. It's done. You sure? It's like right. Share screen. Just share the screen. Yeah, just. Yeah. Just that. Go your video. And do you want us to hit play or do you want us to?
Yes. Okay, now just for a quick second, show me the one outside. Okay, so there's no question that the complaining witness was the victim of a carjacking, first and foremost.
Correct.
I don't think anybody disputes that. The only issue, if there is an issue, is the identification as this defendant being culpable. So people have presented a number of exhibits of which associates the defendant with this vehicle. You have all kinds of his personal property located in the vehicle. And then you even have the victim's handicap sticker found in a house that the defendant is associated with. In addition to that, this court has had an opportunity to see the people's exhibit that shows the video, and the person in that video looks a heck of a lot like the defendant that sits here in court. In addition to that, complaining witness says that the person she believed was about 5'7". But I notice in the video, as this person comes behind her, he's not standing straight up. He's bending down to some extent. And I can understand why she could be mistaken in thinking that he was 5'7" as opposed to however tall he is. How tall is he?
6'3".
6'3", okay.
That's a lot of bending down though.
Well, he's doing a lot of bending down if you look at the video. He's doing a lot of bending down, so much to the point to where he's almost equal to her height as he's bending down. So it's a circumstantial case, but it's strong circumstantial evidence that the defendant is the person that is responsible for this carjacking, given his personal items like pill bottles and so forth found in the vehicle, and her personal item being her handicap sticker found in the house associated with him. This court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges and complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be June 21st, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
I'm sorry, that was June 21st, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is another case in which the people have, it's not my case, but I want to make the court aware of it. I contacted. Okay, so there is another precinct, and it is, they need to have a AOW sworn out on the defendant for the stolen property, credit cards, the wallet, Mr. Gupta.
Why are you telling me this?
Because we're asking that the court, or perhaps the jail, would do an AOW. I talked to Susie too, who's just married.
That doesn't have anything to do with me.
Thank you very much. I'll let her know.
That's it. Yeah.
That's well.
Yeah. I got some.
You good?
Okay, we'll do this one.
You going downstairs? Oh, you want to do a swap real quick? Bring it back right here. Stay right there. Yeah.
Do this buckle right quick so we can get them now.
Yeah, I'm getting the kid. Okay, you could, I could. Her.
It's right now, it's right here.
Okay.
I will, I'm gonna go.
Well, Mr. Stanton, we guys are.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, I have the other exhibits.
You guys want to put this up or?
I can have my partner out there watch it.
Yeah.
I know some courtrooms have a locker, but.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Madam Clerk, are you okay?
Come right now.
Officer, you guys need a relief?
No. Let's go.
Hey, what up?
Remember, I'm calling case 2457029 of State of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Roderick McGee. Defendant's charged in count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by a prohibited person. Count 4, carrying a concealed weapon. Count 5, 6, felony firearm. Then it has an habitual offender. Court defense notice mandatory 25-year sentence. This matter was held part to today's date.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Bell on behalf of the people, P68673.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Richard Banter, 39845, for the defendant, standing next to Roderick McGee.
Mr. McGee, glad to see you dressed appropriately today. Tell me your name.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, please call to the stand to answer these things, sir.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to you. Keep the voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone and to the left. Please have a seat. Thank you again when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Simpson. Can I ask that you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Anthony Simpson, ANTHONYSIMPSON.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, I'm going to direct your attention to April 28th of this year, 2024. Were you at the location of 11845 Wisconsin Street in the city of Detroit, Wayne County, state of Michigan?
Yes, I was.
And who lives at that home?
My brother,
What's your brother's name?
Willie Simpson.
What were you doing at that house on April 28th, 2024 in the evening hours?
Drinking and partying.
Okay. How many people were present at the house?
6 or 7.
Okay. At some time that evening, was there an individual present by the name of Dario Pittz?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know Dario Pittz?
He's my best friend.
Okay. Let me get right to the point here. At some point that evening, was Dario Pittz involved in an argument with someone?
Yes.
Who was that individual?
That guy.
When you say that guy, can you point to one? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identifying the defendant in this case, Broderick McGee.
So no.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, do you know what the argument was about?
Liquor.
Okay. And where did the argument take place? Was it in the home or outside the home?
Outside.
Where at outside the home?
On the side where the field, like in front. Where the field is.
In front of the house by the field?
Yes.
Okay. How far from the house?
Not even that far, like right next.
Right next to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Dario Pittz with a weapon?
No.
Okay. How long was the defendant Dario Pittz arguing for?
Not that long.
Not that long? Did you ever see the defendant with a weapon?
Yes.
Where did you see where the defendant obtained the weapon from?
Yes.
Where from?
His waistband.
Prior to seeing the weapon from his waistband, was the weapon concealed by his clothing? Can you explain to the court how he pulled out the weapon from his waistband?
He pulled it from his waistband and had it in his right arm to his side.
Okay, so he pulled it from his waistband, had it to his right arm to his side. Can you describe the weapon?
4.5 caliber Luger.
Is that a pistol?
Yes.
Okay, what color was it?
Black.
Approximately how long was it?
I couldn't say.
Couldn't tell me. Big gun, but a handgun?
Yes.
You said it was all black?
Yes.
Where was the victim, Mr. Pittz, standing when the defendant pulled out his gun?
In front.
How far in front of him?
Literally in front of his face.
In front of his face?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to Mr. Pittz after he pulled out his gun?
Yes.
What did he say?
I will kill you. This ain't I kill niggas like this or something like that.
Okay. And at that time, did the victim have any weapons?
No.
And what was the defendant doing specifically with the gun?
Had it in his hand.
But was he pointing at anybody, or when he was making these threats to kill?
No.
Okay. Where was the gun
Waving it
pointing?
around.
Waving it around?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did this go on for?
2 minutes.
While this was happening, did another individual enter the the situation?
Yes.
Who was that?
The other defendant, Kenneth.
Okay, and what did that person do?
Swung on Dario.
What happened?
After that, we all got into a tussle. When we got into a tussle, he he swung the gun and tried to hit Dario, ended up hitting me. And then after that, trying to get him off of, the other defendant, Wilson off of him. Trying to get
Can
him off.
you use names, because I don't know.
Wilson, trying to get Wilson off him, I got him off of Dario.
Dario.
After I got him off of Dario, he jumped up and ran. When he ran to the, towards Indiana, he was chased by this guy.
Okay, let me back up a little bit. When you say he tried to hit Dario with the gun, but hit you instead, who's he that you were referring to? The defendant?
Yes.
So he tried to hit Dario with the pistol?
Yes.
And instead he hit you with the pistol?
Yes.
Why did he, do you know why? Did Dario move or what happened?
He was all in the tussle on the ground, and kind of fighting.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Okay. So after you said you pulled Woodson off of Dario, where did Dario go?
He ran towards Indiana.
Okay.
He was chased by the defendant with the gun.
Okay, when the defendant was chasing Dario from that area in front of the house with the gun, what was he doing with the gun?
He was pointing at him, he was chasing him.
Pointing in at Dario and chasing him with it? Was Dario running fast?
Yes.
Was the defendant running after him?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
So, Mr. Simpson, would you consider the defendant to be a friend of yours?
Yes.
And you indicated in your direct testimony that there was only 6 or 7 people around, what was it, your brother's house?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any women there?
Women?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How many women do you think were there? Why not it called? 5? All right, when you were outside during the time period that the fight happened with Gary. Okay. Did you hear any gunshots?
No.
Somebody called the police.
Yes.
How long did it take from the time that the argument with Dario happened? How much time between the first part of the argument and when the police got there?
I can tell you, I was intoxicated.
Well, why did somebody call the police, you know?
Yes, because it's a dead man in front of your house.
Well, he wasn't dead immediately. You said he ran to the, ran towards Indiana or one of those.
Yeah, so I was assuming that was his last breath, and he jumped up and ran. And
all right. And there were no shots fired, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had your eyes on it? Have you ever handled the gun that you realized that Robert had?
No.
No? Nobody shot it, so how do you know it wasn't Detroit?
Jerry, that's where you done. Trying to scare him.
What's
I
that?
know a real gun when I see a real gun.
I don't have any other questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Your Honor, no further witnesses.
This is on behalf of the defendant.
Roger, you've listened to the testimony.
That's if we have any witnesses.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
We'll provide them, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, you sat here and listened to the 2 witnesses. There were no shots fired. Nobody's produced a weapon that supposedly Mr. Broderick had. We have the testimony of 2 people. I haven't been able to find out the background, but I don't know whether you can believe it or not. It is a factual question, and I'll be able to the instruction report.
So,
Yeah, I just moved the line.
think the witnesses that testified here were quite clear that this was stupid, that somebody lost their life over liquor, let alone cheap liquor. I don't know a whole lot about liquor, but I do know that's cheap liquor. The defendant allegedly pulled a gun out of his waistband that was concealed on this person. There's a security concealed weapon. That he pulled his weapon out and made threats about holding that weapon. That would put a person in fear or apprehension of immediate battery with a dangerous weapon, that dangerous, felonious assault. That he is a prohibited person from possessing a firearm. And the accompanying felony firearms to go with that. So that being said, the court is satisfied, so he felt that the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be listed. And it will be bound over to Lman County Third Circuit Court. Currently, the first proceedings is arraignment on the information date. Time will be June 28, 2004, 9:00 a.m. Bond will be committed if there's no objection.
John, what is his bond currently set?
So you know what your bond looks?
100,000 with the top.
2,000 cashier?
Yeah, with the top.
100,000 cashier, tether. That was no 10% on it?
He gave me a person, $100,000 with the top.
Who gave you a person?
The Raymond judge.
$100,000 personal bond with the tether? Oh, I see it. See, tether. 9-16. $100,000 personal bond. So.
I can believe some sort of cash bond is appropriate in this case. Of course, well aware of the facts and circumstances and the fact that he's a habitual fourth offender, prior CSE4, prior convictions for assault and attempted murder, and cases of mandatory 25-year minimum convicted on this case.
You also recognize the purpose of bond is not for punishment, is to ensure that the defendant appears support, which he has, though his dress has been questionable time and time. He has appeared before, he's appeared time, more than I can say for his attorney, but he's appeared time, and I'm not aware of anything that he's done to put his tether in jeopardy. No contact with witnesses.
Not that I'm aware of. My argument is based off dangers to the community that this defendant certainly poses, as well as highlight the conviction.
Rather, I would indicate that, Mr. McGee was not implicated in the killing. That was, victim case. No shots were heard. We don't even know whether the weapon was loaded.
So that doesn't solve liability.
No, I agree.
Assault someone with a dangerous weapon, the weapon isn't fired, or even if it's not loaded. But it's charged with a 4-year felony, as well as a 5-year felony, and 2 mandatory 2-year felonies. 2 mandatory seen anything to indicate that the defendant is a danger to the community. As I indicated, he's followed all the orders of this court in the period of time. He's even changed his dress a couple of times, even though I had to be more specific each time. I think he's on track now. So the court is satisfied that he has had no contact with any of the witnesses in this matter. He has a tether and he's appeared, so the court is going to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Same to you, bro. Happy Father's Day, gentlemen.
Have a great weekend, Your Honor.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The docket for today, folks. Hope to see you Monday. Same bad station, same bad time. Enjoy the Father's Day. Make the dads feel special like we make the moms feel special.
How about that?
All the next season, you're gonna get a tired while it. You know what you get. They was laughing about that.
Or a 8 gauge,
Who says that?
I don't know, I'm gonna see if it was, maybe Lynch's, that's just the exam.
Yeah, it's probably.
I think they want to use it or something.
Yeah, he's hers. You can leave it here with the clerk. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think she's still out there.
Oh, okay.
Thank you all, have a good one.
You too. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Your Honor? Your. Yes, it's from the other prosecutor. May I approach her?
Sure.
Was that Jessica's?
Jessica's, yes. I won't write you this one. Such a time.
Yes, ma'am.
What was it?
I know.
If you got it ready. Like the names and stuff, so. I don't really spend anything. You know.
That was a good change. That was
Some of them.
All right, guys, see you. Have a good weekend. Thank you.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Judge, happy Father's Day.
Okay, thanks. Same to you. basis. And that's been balanced, so it's it's like.
So that I would say.
But as I did with her. Small. Basically. So, I did really pay attention to how tall he was. He didn't have a tape measure. She can't tell us that he was tall, how tall. And the argument is big. It's coming from behind, he's bending down. He's exhausted. So people could tell how tall. I mean, you know, he is in fact tall. There's a circumstantial. Very strong circumstantial. You too.
I didn't know that that was right.
True.
I didn't know that that was right.